Okay, we are live.
If you say so.
Well, we try to be. Hello and welcome. I am Ronnke, your GM. In the stream today, we have Rigel Kent, Geigerman, and FX Engineer. Today, we are playing a Traveller campaign set in the Third Imperium era. We are using the very awesome GURPS system by Steve Jackson Games, and our VTT of choice is Fantasy Grounds. You can find this and past sessions on YouTube and as audio-only podcasts. Links are in the video description. If you enjoy our content, please like this video and subscribe to our Twitch and YouTube channels. All right, let's start with character business, keeping in mind that after this session, everyone will have, or everyone's characters will be locked in. Dean and Flynn are already locked in as of last week. So, Geigerman, do we have any character business for Dean?
Negative.
Rigel Kent, do we have any character business for Flynn?
Yeah, since I critically failed an intelligence analysis check last week, I decided he learned something and put an additional point into it.
All right, cool. FX Engineer, do we have any character business for Sully?
Yep. For Sully, this was my last chance at reconfiguring. So generally, he's really the same. I just switched a few points around, and I gave him 1 point in pretty much all of the starship type skills like navigation, sensors, piloting. And then the reasoning behind that is just based on his background of going through the military academy on Drynax. I'm assuming that was a requirement to at least have the base knowledge in every type of skill so that he would be able to fly a ship. That's not his focus. He doesn't want to be a great pilot or navigator or anything like that. But I did want to have at least 1 point. And then I was kind of holding on to 10 points. And as we discussed outside of stream, I did bump up my business acumen to level 2. That's a talent for all his merchant, finance, marketing, economics type skills. And then everything else is pretty much the same. I didn't change anything else.
Cool. All right, well, if you're happy with your character as is, then it shall be locked in going forward.
I feel he's going to just have to grow and learn from his experiences.
Okay, so I can see Flynn has rolled for his stuff in the box. Could I get, I think, Sully, you have some enemies and stuff as well.
I'm feeling left out.
Yeah, I'm looking for it. I have like so many tabs. I forgot which tab it's in.
Normally you have all that set up in the other tab.
Oh, right. I forgot
Of
that
abilities.
I had it's not there because I imported the new character.
Uh-huh.
Well, fortunately for you, Dean, you do remain conscious.
Well, you can't tell me that.
Well, I
You're
feel
gonna
that
know.
you kind of know.
Maybe I don't.
Why do you have it labeled as ST?
Stat. I actually picked up some notation from GCA, so I used DI for disadvantage and AD for advantage and ST for stats.
Right. Okay. I get to hate on one of you.
Oh. Okay. We needed to deal with a bookkeeping thing before we get officially started. And what was that? The pay. So, we talked about the pay situation a little bit offline, and I think we're satisfied on the general deal there. So I'm thinking at this point we need to actually put the paydays on the calendar.
Did we talk about how much also on? I don't remember seeing that.
We didn't actually go over the how much part.
Do we just use the basic? There's a calculation in the Interstellar Wars,
Yeah.
and then there's also a calculation just based on the tech level, cost of living, etc.
Yeah, whatever we end up using, if Dean doesn't have any money, so it's going to be important for him to know when he's getting paid.
Okay, so the calendar is organized in, what's that, 2 weeks?
Oh, okay. Holiday starts at 1. That's interesting. Net, is it 2? I guess
Yeah,
it
it looks
is.
like 2 weeks. So, how
Yeah,
about...
so if you went bi-weekly, you could just say all the 1 days. Or all the leftmost 1 days.
I think that's probably going to be easiest to do. But then we'll have to halve the cost of living and the monthly pay.
How do they handle months in Traveler? I don't recall. Do they just do 4 weeks or what?
I don't recall. I think it's just 4 weeks.
I guess that would make sense.
Not that they actually have months. And in this case, with the calendar set out the way it is, doing it every 4 weeks works out perfectly. And no one gets paid on holiday because
Right.
no one works on holiday.
Well, so if we take it every second row on the leftmost 1 day, that's the calendar then, which means we will get paid again on. Actually, which one is so that's that one, that one, that one, that one.
Easy way to mark these.
So we're getting paid on 128 regardless. Which means while we're in transit.
All right, so that's payday.
Okay. That'll satisfy that particular need. We'll get back to the amounts later.
Transit. We might be. Wait. When are we going to reach the planet?
5 days.
We had 5 days, and so that's. I think we left on 127. That was when we were doing the refueling.
Yes, so 5 days from now, I'll just
132.
and 10 hours, I think.
For the record, I have added the company log on the spreadsheet.
All right, I think that's
and that'll
good.
be that. Is that the only thing? Oh, right. The company headquarters. So yeah, we'll deal with that later.
There's page 29 and 30 of the Spaceships talks about crew salary, and obviously if we use that one, it's in line with the economics of the ships and stuff that we're using currently.
I'm
Maybe.
guessing GURPS is going to assume the basic set stuff. If you don't get into the third edition GT.
Well, the thing is with the third edition, they have different numbers.
No, I'm not saying we use GT.
Oh,
I don't think that meshes here.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure how they compare.
Well, we'll have to
Interstellar
go
Wars,
through and run the
I
numbers
think
later.
Interstellar Wars has a table for it.
it does, but I mean the thing is we're using the price of cargo, trade, the spaceships, everything is based off of the spaceships. So it just makes sense to use those numbers because assuming that, David Pulver, whoever, designed it, used those numbers to balance the game.
Are there
Like,
any other things that we'll use spaceships, yeah. Are there any other things that we want to sort of go over?
That's probably good for now. I wanted to settle the headquarters situation because that may come up with regard to banking later, but we can deal with that when we get to it.
like the port of registry, maybe.
Yeah, port of registry and where the company is headquartered, because that's going to affect the BTNs, and that's going to affect where the suitable banks are where we can cash our paychecks.
Sounds, yeah.
It would
That
make
solely
sense for the company headquarters to be probably in Imperial space.
Fist.
So Fist.
Well,
Yeah, even if it's not a headquarter, they'd probably have a major branch there.
yeah, I don't think we ever actually talked about how big the company actually is, which I guess is another question we'll have to answer one day. But actually, just saying that Fist does make sense, so why don't we just consider that?
I'm good with that.
Does this work? Did that share okay?
Yep.
Yes.
Did that share the location record? Or did that share the image of the location record?
Location.
So it didn't share the image.
Well, the image is on the location, and I see it.
All right.
I think they weren't showing up when you didn't share them, so I think that's right.
All right, cool. So you have 5 days. Well, actually, we'll do a very quick recap. You guys managed to save all but one of the Starlight Dawn passengers or crew. You took them on board. You started heading towards the Wildeman main world. where you intend to offload some cargo and also onload some cargo. You expect to actually offload 18% of your cargo here at Wildeman. It is quite a substantial amount, so 18% will work out to however many hours. It's like 18,000. I think it was this. The figures were somewhere. We'll have a look at it in a minute.
Well, 18%, it was 22 hours for the lot of it, so about 4 hours.
Yeah, that's about right. And at the same time, you will be taking on cargo. En route to Wildeman, Maine, one of the Starlight Dawn survivors, Jessa, she said that she wanted to speak with Dean, because I think Dean had sort of become friendly with these people, or chummy, and she said she discovered something important and wanted to have a meeting with him, but she never showed up at the meeting, and you later found out that she had been drugged with some mind wipe, which erases the last couple of days of memory, I believe. I think it's a couple of days. In any case, she forgot that what she was going to talk to Dean about, but you guys found out later on that she had discovered a discrepancy with regards to the cargo manifest that the salvage team had picked up from the Starlight Dawn. All the cargo was present, with the exception of one container, and you found out that that one container, there was a little bit of suspect stuff going on with it. And at the same time, it was a container that was last minute boarded onto the Starlight Dawn. Also, en route to Wildeman, Maine, your comms officer, which I have a name for, so we can name that person.
Did you?
The comms officer that worked that out is a guy by the name of Bren Halcor.
Spell. Well, wherever you're getting these names, that they're at least spelled pretty sensibly generally.
AI.
We still don't have a name for the current acting third mate, former deck cadet, or the chief engineer for that matter.
We'll work those out when they turn up.
Noted.
I think the third officer was what's her face?
Yeah, the previous third officer was Lena Varkas.
Yeah, but her
She is deceased.
yeah, her lover though.
Oh, no, she's the boatswain.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. All good. So, your comms officer managed to discover that there was a hidden transmission disguised in your own ship's comm traffic. You guys investigated that further, and you found that there was a small device that was spliced into your comms network. You took this to the captain. The captain inquired as to who knows about it and who you've told about it, and then instructed you to not tell anyone until further notice. He seemed quite alarmed at seeing this device, and he went and put it into the ship's safe in his office. Well, not ship's safe, but a safe in his office. I think I seem to recall Flynn asked about it, but the captain said that he'll talk about it later.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe that's about where we left it.
So that was a couple of days before we arrive.
It was. So you guys have some time to do some stuff if there's anything important that you want to do. I think, Sully, you wanted to do some market research and find buyers for your stuff.
Yeah, I was assuming that on the burn to the planet or the high port that I would have had some sort of communications and maybe trying to reach some local channels. If not, then I'll wait till we land.
You do have communications, but of course you have to expect light lag.
Something to bear in mind. I don't recall if the spaceships rules that we're using gave a minimum time to find new freight. But currently, the way the schedule is set up, we're only going to be spending 1 day at any given port. For the most part, there are a few exceptions.
The time to find freight is one. You can make one attempt per day, and that's the same for buyers and sellers.
Is it? Yes. Some of them require a week. Some systems required a week to do that. I take it this isn't one of them.
No, you have a Class B starport here, so that shouldn't be difficult.
Oh, I mean game systems, not star systems.
All right. So I opened up my Spaceships PDF. All right. So Sully, you wanted to find buyers.
Yeah.
You had, was it spices and oils?
Mm-hmm.
Spices and oils.
Do you have on hand what type of world Wildeman is?
I do. It's non-industrial, non-agricultural.
Yeah, it's basically nothing.
Yeah, it's not
So you're a -1 to your price rolls.
I figured I could find a buyer. That's not going to be a problem, but a buyer that's willing to pay what I want was my issue.
Hey, while you're chewing on that, put the split for everybody in the chat there so I can see it.
Yeah. Hold on. Yep. I don't know if Rigel has it, but I'll put it in. Let's see.
All right, so we're going to need a roll from you. So the time is 1 day to find a buyer of your cargo. You can make your merchant skill roll.
Do we have area knowledge for this planet?
I'm not sure if any of you have area knowledge.
And then a modifier equal to the spaceport class, -3. So a class 3 is a 0.
This is class B, so that would give you
A 4, so it's a +1.
Yeah.
All right. So I think that's it. Haven't really looked into all of those. Are just the standard modifiers. All right, so -1 or +1. Oof, I failed by what? That's weird.
Failed
So I
by
rolled a
0.
17 and it says failure.
It says
17 and
failures.
18 are always fails.
Oh, a 17. Yeah, I rolled a 17. Well, I don't find anybody that wants to buy spices or oils on this planet, which is what I sort of expected. They're like, we have plenty of that.
You can make a repeated attempt on the next day.
Yeah, for here for how many days can I try for?
5.
3? 5?
Actually, technically 6.
Well,
we had
no.
at least half a day in orbit doing the refuel, and then some time before that.
The ship is not going to want. Well, okay, you do have the refuel time and such, but the ship's not going to wait for you to unload cargo.
It's only 55 tons. It won't take us that long.
$55 tons would be less than an hour.
All right, so I think I made 1, 2, 3, 4 successes, 1 failure. I guess if I had a critical failure, that means I might have pissed somebody off on the planet.
It's not a critical failure, it's just a normal failure because your skill was 16 or above. Okay, so you will get, was it 1, 2, 3, 4 attempts at the price. However, if you can't go back to a buyer. So if you decide to not sell to your first buyer because you don't like the price, and then you continue on, you can't go back to the first buyer and say, okay, I will take your price. Do you follow?
So yep, I think I'm looking at the modifier. I think I just have the -2. It's my only one.
Oils and spices.
And then I'm going to do a merchant roll to negotiate. So I'll just roll 4 4 times and then just do a -2 on each one?
Well, no, you'll have to. We'll do it one at a time.
Okay, one at a time. -2, and then I'll try
first-
my merchant roll.
All right. So first day.
Unless you want to just incorporate that. So merchant. Oh, this is just a regular 3d6, not even a merchant roll.
Yes, at minus. Is it -2?
-2. -2 for industry. And so spices and oils has an NI -2.
Okay. So
Actually, no. Wait, what did I say this world was? Non-agricultural. Okay, yeah, I'm good. So yeah, just the -2.
okay.
If it
so
was an agricultural world, it would be even worse.
make your price roll at -2. Which is just 3d6.
That's pretty sucky.
All right. So your buyer will be able to offer you 80%. You can certainly
No,
try and
I'm not
negotiate.
taking anything. I'm not taking anything less than a 10 or 11
All right. So
on my roll. So I'll just keep rolling unless I get that.
all right. Second day.
Holy moly!
Even worse. Third day.
I'm going the wrong direction here.
Those would be
Yeah.
really good rolls otherwise.
These merchants all know each other, and they're saying this guy's trying to offload this shit.
Okay.
All right.
I'll potentially interested. Can I roll for a merchant to negotiate? See if I can get an extra 10%.
Okay. Let me determine the price or the merchant's skill.
And then I'm going to consult with. I'm not going to consult with the crew, but I'll consult with my buddy Flynn. We can get our money back here and make a little bit of a profit. And just take it or wait until the next stop and try to get something better.
He's going to rely on your business acumen.
I think burn and churn. I think we want to keep our money flowing. It's not doing anything for me sitting in in the investment. So yeah, he will try to sell it if he can get that extra 10%.
Okay.
So for merchant, you want me to roll in the box or?
Nope.
No.
His skill is 14.
I succeeded by 8.
So you managed to drop that or increase that price by another 10%. So 110% he's willing to go.
Yeah, he's
That's
like, I
off
got
the base value.
Yes. Oh, I didn't put the base value there. Yeah, it's off the base value of 5. Where is it?
No, the base was 8.
Yeah, 8,000.
Well, I have 55 tons, so whatever that is.
So he'll give you 8,800 per ton.
Okay, so it's 110%. I've got that on the spreadsheet, so we don't have to calculate that.
Yeah, it was 440 was the base prices total.
Yeah, so if you check it, we got 484K back out of it.
Yep, that's what I calculated. Yeah, I would take it. $44,000 in profit.
Okay, so you got your percentages. You know what to split that up for.
Yeah, I'll just do that later if that's okay, so we don't slow the game down. I mean, I'll do it while we play.
Now, bear in mind the company's probably not springing for the handling on that either, so you may lose a bit of that.
I'll get you to look up what the handling costs is, or are, if there's any.
Yeah, it says we're responsible for loading it to the somewhere.
And they might be like tariffs.
Now we were doing that for short tons.
So we sold it.
Ronnke, you remember what that conversion was? Is it 25
25.
per?
Yeah, 25 per.
So it's in a short ton, 2,000 pounds.
So you got 55 short tons divided by 25. So we got 2.2 displacement tons. General handling is going to be, no, that's just 44. Yeah, that's just 44 credits.
Cheap as.
Seems awfully low.
Well, because you converted it to displacement tons, which is not used in the in the spaceships.
No, don't worry about that. Yeah, we'll have to figure that out later.
Well, should I? I guess I feel like this takes a little bit of time from the game, but um, should I roll for finding something?
You certainly can, but since you didn't actually do a sale until your last day, you've only got one day to find freight.
Okay, that's actually makes sense. Let's do it. I'm just gonna go do the random roll, see what comes up.
You can typically do the search for the purchase freight or the purchase stuff at the same time.
But I wouldn't have had the money to pay for it unless he would have
True.
agreed to take payment at a future date.
Or you
I
were
think that's what Ronnke's saying.
going to offload.
We get paid
Actually-
before we arrive.
I will let
Oh,
you
that's
make
true.
2 rolls because you found a buyer for your stuff, but you didn't sign off on it. At the same time, you could have been looking for sellers, and you would have made like conditional deals. Okay, if I manage to sell, then I'll buy your stuff. So I'll give you 2 rolls, 2 merchant rolls to find stuff. But if you pass on a particular lot, then you can't go back.
All right, so I just get the. Oh man, I didn't mean to do that. +1 for the spaceport size. So the first one, I messed that up. I should have rolled against my skill, but I rolled a what? 3, 8, 9. So I would have succeeded on that one by like 7, unless you want me to roll again.
No, that's fine.
And then on this one, I succeeded by 6.
Your margin of success, I believe, tells you how many lots you find. Success by 3 or more indicates 2 lots. So in both cases, you found 2 lots. So we'll deal with the first day. You're not doing focused, so roll 2 dice.
Yeah, the first die -1 if it's non-industrial. Second die -1 if non-agricultural. So -1 to both dice on page 36.
Go for it.
All right, so you want me to do one at a time or
You
just
can roll them both. That's fine.
and then just -1? So
So
that would have been a
5 and
52.
2. So you find robots
That's way too
for
expensive.
600,000 per ton.
I think that's out of our league.
All right,
Can't
so
even
you
buy
pass
it.
on that one.
Yeah,
All right, so your second day you found 2 lot. Actually, no, we got
we
the
need more
second
money.
lot. So roll 2 dice again for the second lot. All right, so we got 1 for chemicals for 500 per ton.
Ooh, I like this one. If
Roll
the captain would go for it.
Roll 3d6 times 100. So actually do that as a dice. So do /die 3d6 times 100.
All together or space or?
Space. So /die space 3d6 times 100. Or star 100.
Oh, I did
Doesn't matter.
a X.
All right, so 900. So you've got 900 tons.
Oh, cool. I was just testing it again. So 900.
900
tons.
tons at 500 per ton. So that's what, 45,000? Am I matching
think
Jeez,
correct?
I can
450.
afford that.
There's 4 zeros. So 450,000, I think.
It is both a biohazard and volatile.
Ooh, explosive.
I do have all the certifications for advanced, what do you call it? Like cargo handling.
Hazmat.
Hazmat, yep.
Well, that may come down to whether or not the ship actually wants to carry hazmat.
Right, that's what I was thinking.
Which they may be cool with.
It's, I guess, the captain maybe just don't ask, don't tell, or if I am going to ask him, then I can make my case.
I think it's probably likely we're already carrying some hazmat because it's probably carrying a random assortment of God knows what. So
I got to roll a d6 twice to see, or to see if it, or sorry, 3d6 twice to see if it falls under a 6.
Did I math that correct?
Yeah, it's 450,000.
Yeah, so 450,000. Do you have the 450,000 to be able to buy that lot?
I do not.
All right, so you're going to have to pass on the chemicals.
Well,
Yeah,
last time the crew pitched in a little bit. It's pretty almost
How
the
much
same amount.
profit did you make the crew for the other time? The last
Well, we
time?
made about a 30% profit, but the number was 44,000 total.
So 30% profit. Well, the crew are happy with that. So
And they had invested, last time it was it was 308. So this is a little bit more than last time.
well, I'll be able to spend like 40,000 more than I was able to spend previously.
Oh, did we get paid?
yeah,
yes,
we did get paid.
I will get you to do a reaction roll to see if the crew want to go in on on this. And I will give you a bonus of +1 for...
Can I have my business acumen, which is a +2 to reaction rolls for anything related to business?
If it applies to reaction rolls, then sure.
It applies to anything that would have to do with my reputation, is I think what it says. So if they feel that I have a good reputation for business dealings, then yeah.
I'll give you a further +1 since you made them a profit last time.
Okay, and then this is just a straight up reaction roll.
Yes. On a good or better, you will find enough crew that are willing to go in.
$14.
So there you go. So you will have enough crew to make up the shortfall.
You know, the other thing is we didn't roll the price.
What do you mean the price?
The purchase price.
Right. Roll your contest of merchant.
So I roll on the price table first.
Yes. Was it -2 on the price table?
It's actually what did we get? Chemicals. It's a -4 actually, because it's a non-agricultural.
All right, so give me a roll 3d6 -4.
And then I get a -4. Okay.
Wait, what's the port world? Is it poor?
I don't think it said that. I think it just said NA, non-industrial, non-agricultural, high tech, and then VA. I forget what that means. Oh, that's Valani something. I forget what that means. Or nano.
Ooh,
I
2.
forgot.
That's awesome. That's 30% of actual price.
Wow, there's a potential to make lots of money here.
And then I'm going to roll my merchant skill.
So this merchant succeeds by 2.
I keep rolling the wrong number, but I succeeded by 6 on merchant.
What are you clicking on with your rolls?
I put a little hot bar for a 3d6, and then I keep forgetting not to use it.
Yeah, that doesn't
You
work
can
right.
drag your skill down into the hotbar as well.
I didn't think that worked.
Yeah, it does work.
I don't think it used to.
So I can get it for 20%.
20%. So,
I think Flynn's going to be like, yeah, let's do it.
Hell yeah, I'm gonna dump 50 grand into it.
so $100.
90,000.
Like looking at us
90,000.
like we're insane as we're dumping that kind of money into stuff.
Well,
So
Dean
actually,
just got paid.
I don't need the crew. I don't need the crew. Oh wait, there's 3 lots, so the crew can help with. That's just the first lot, right?
No, there's you've got another day of trying to find stuff.
No, you said I found 3 lots.
No,
because I
2
succeeded
lots.
by 6.
Critical success is 3 lots.
So let's. Is 2? Do I roll? I gotta look at the rules. I roll again for the price, or is that for both lots? The price.
No, the first lot was robots, remember? So the first lot that you found was robots. The second lot you found was the chemicals.
Oh, I thought I found 2 lots of chemicals.
No. Yeah, a success on your merchant roll lets you find one lot of cargo. A success by 3 or more gives you 2 lots. A critical success gives you 3 lots. So the first lot was robots, the second lot was chemicals, and now you've got the second day.
Okay, yeah, I see how you're looking at it. I wasn't sure. I was taking it to mean that I found 2 lots of whatever it is that I found, not that I rolled for 2 different items. But I guess I can go with that.
Yeah, so it is per lot. So success indicates one lot of spec cargo has been located for purchase.
Right. So how many tons of that was there?
It was 900 tons. I guess, do we have even the space? Is that another issue?
Let me bring up the PDF.
I got all excited.
We actually have the ship.
Oh, did we actually put the ship in finally?
Yes, actually, I am mistaken. The ship only has 30,000 tons of cargo hold. No, sorry, that's extra cargo hold. Cargo hold for you guys only amounts to 500 tons, unfortunately.
Yep,
Right.
we knew it was going to be too good to be true. They're like, crap. We could totally buy this, but we can't carry it.
And we sold 18% though. Okay, so can I split the lot then?
You cannot split lots.
I thought we could.
I didn't think you could.
You can negotiate with the seller to break it up.
Where is the...
It's on page 38, top left paragraph. It just says a favorable reaction roll.
All right, give me a reaction roll.
What's favorable mean?
I would assume good.
And can I add my bonuses?
Yes.
So typically I could add my rank, because that's like a reputation, or I'm sorry, right? Or status. +1
That
for
is
merchant.
merchant rank, so yes.
+1 for merchant when buying or selling. +2 from business acumen.
Actually, that... I'm not sure if that actually... Because that's the talent, right? I don't think talent reaction modifiers work for influence rolls.
They can, but they have to be demonstrated. So
I'm sure that I impressed the heck out of him when I got him down to 20%. He's like, "Oh man, you are such a good negotiator. Oh, Sully, please don't come back. I'm gonna be broke and I have to feed my kids."
why is he Hispanic?
I don't know, man. I don't have that many accents to go off
Well,
of.
let's not include it for the roll, and we'll see if it is relevant. So even with the... So what bonuses do you get? +1 for your merchant.
+1 from merchant, +2 from business acumen, and then I don't know if you can add the rank, merchant rank. If he's in the same, if there's like a merchant guild that we're negotiating with.
So this merchant rank is only on the ship.
But it would be recognized, you know, in the industry, if you will. I mean, I believe.
I will give you that bonus. So that would mean you would have a +3. Did I get that right?
I think I'd have a 10, and then hopefully that an 11.
Yeah, so that's not a good reaction. That's a neutral. So he will not split the lots.
Oh man! All right. And do I have to use a reaction roll? Couldn't I just use an influence roll?
You could use an influence roll if you want.
Because there's no way that I would use a reaction roll when I could use an influence roll. Because I've got better skills than leaving it to random luck. So I'll do that next time.
All right. The influence roll is contested, however. All right, so you have to pass on this sweet deal. Sweet deal. You have one more day. You can roll your merchant. Actually, you already did that, didn't you? You did. So succeed by 6. So you find 2 lots. Roll 2d6. So that's a 5-1. 5-1 is environmental suits. Roll a 2d6. Do a die 2d6 star 2.
Oh, 2d6 star 2?
Yep. Or slash die 2d6 star 2. All right, so there's 12 tons at 200. What environmental suits?
Oh, I think it's 1d6 times 2.
It's 5-1 environmental.
I
1d6.
can't afford it. I couldn't afford it anyways, unless I only got 1 ton.
So you would have got 8 tons. So no.
Haven't rolled the actual or the price table. Maybe you can drop it down to 30% of price.
Yeah, this one's no modifiers. Oh wait, what are we? 51? Oh, it is. What? This one has a lot of firefighters.
So you'd actually be rolling a +1 on the table, I think.
Yeah, +1. Yep.
So you can
I'm just gonna pass. I'm gonna pass on that one.
All right. So
yeah.
roll 2d6 for your second lot. So that's a 3-5. 3-5. Textiles and clothing.
Okay.
Do a slash die 3d6 star 20. So 100.
100 tons?
That's 100 tons. So you've got enough cargo for it. And it's the base price is 7,500. So what would that be?
750,000.
75,000?
No,
What?
750,000.
Yeah, 7. Yeah, okay, yeah. I missed a 0.
Just gotta try something here.
Well, unless I can get like 500,000 from the crew, I think we'll have to pass. Man, we need some money. How the heck do we do this with no money?
You do focused. That actually works to
Yeah,
do
that's what I did
multiple.
last time. I just wanted to be different. I just wanted to try this system out.
So what are the planet's price modifiers?
+1.
Why is it +1?
This one is what are we at? Textiles and clothing is agricultural -2. EX, I forget what that stands for. Oh, extreme environment +2 or industrial -1.
Yeah, but what's the planet? I don't know where we're getting that.
This one shouldn't have any modifiers.
Then I was just curious to see. 11.
planet-
That would have been
So
100%. So yeah, that's going to be pretty expensive.
You
Yeah,
should be doing
well-
focused. While you don't have much money, you should be doing focused searches.
Yep.
Unfortunately, in the time given to you, you have not been able to find anything to trade.
He is super glum about not getting that chemicals deal, though.
Yeah. Freaking captain. Like, I know we have the space. I would have given him a 20% instead of the 10.
And it would have totally blown up while we were in jump space.
All right, so let's just say, for argument's sake, Flynn, you are on the bridge as you come into dock at Wildeman Highport. Can you give me a navigation space roll, please?
Success by 7.
All right, you will plot a nice course for the pilot or the helmsman to follow, and no one crashes.
Yay!
The captain will say everyone will have 24 hours. The ship intends to offload cargo, take on extra cargo. It will take on 16%. So it'll take on nearly as much as it offloaded.
What's our next stop? Next planet?
Cordon.
Cordon. Okay.
You can find the route here.
Is it one of the
Yeah, it's on a
pictures?
story, under world story.
Okay. Got it. Thank you, sir.
Ooh, Garden World.
Yeah, you will have heard Dean talking about Cordan. He is definitely planning on doing some hiking when he gets there.
Nope, we're not going to stay long enough.
There is a plan for the crew to have extra shore leave. Well, that is the current plan.
Yeah, speaking of that, while the schedule isn't 100% solid yet, it looks like the entire stint from Fist to Yggdrasil and back to Fist is going to be about a year.
It's a long haul. I'm sure you'll totally make it the whole way. Totally.
We might. I don't know about the rest of these people.
Okay, so with the freight stuff all taken care of, is there any other particulars that you guys wanted to do prior to arrival? And then immediately on arrival after, or when unloading starts. And I will need a administration role from Sully, since you are the ship's cargo master, as you fill out all the appropriate paperwork.
All right.
Just to get it out there, Dean is, while he has not necessarily contributed to the spec freight operation, he is definitely involved as he is trying to learn the business of business.
All right, so I guess you could make assist rolls.
Oh, he's not got anything to assist with at this point.
He's just
Success
always
by 6.
underfoot.
Administration, success by 6.
And do you have the skill freight handling?
I do.
Give me a roll on that. A failure means there's an
Explosion?
accident.
All right. Freight handling. I do have hazardous materials for certain hazards if I need to do that.
Yeah, I think the cargo master's job in this case is going to involve a lot of just inspections and stuff, while the deckhand or the deck gang actually handles the handling.
Yep, that makes
Assuming
sense.
assuming the stevedores allow the ship to unload their own stuff in the first place.
All right, so the loading and unloading takes place without a hitch.
And we said 2.5 hours.
Yes. Okay, so during this this process, upon completion, you guys have time to do whatever you want. It's going to be 24 hours before the ship will leave port. Does anyone have any special stuff they want to take care of? Otherwise, something happens.
Not special, really. Dean will definitely go ashore. Probably just go to the food court or something, stretch his legs.
I guess
this
we're
planet?
Go ahead.
I was going to say, this is kind of a dump planet, or is it?
It's
It's kind
basically
of a
nothing
dump
but a high
planet.
port.
It is a trade hub.
I was going to say we're offloading the survivors of the whatchamacallit here, right?
Right.
You are offloading them.
So Flynn will probably escort them to the administration building so they can do their standard reports about what happened, I guess.
Yeah, I guess
all
Dean
right,
will
so
probably be hanging with them too.
you will do that. You'll escort them. They've been instructed to go to the port authorities to file a formal statement as to what happened and all that sort of stuff, and then they have to do all the paperwork and organise for their ship to be returned to them, and salvage fees paid and all that sort of stuff. So they're not looking forward to that. However, you will escort them to the authorities that need to do this information or get this information from them. I'm not sure if you want to stay at all.
Probably not more. Probably not more than to get an idea of how they function. The port administrators.
Actually, since you escort them, you'll probably also fill out your statement as to your rescue, how you found the ship, and that sort of stuff as well.
Right. Include appropriate suit camera recordings, etc., etc.
Okay, then you can give me a body language roll.
Which automatically tells us there's something to detect.
As you go through this process, you get the feeling from the I guess the detective in charge or whatever that position is for within this authority, does not seem all that interested. It's like he doesn't really care that much. He's doing it because he has to do it, not because he has any particular interest in doing it.
Well, to be fair, this isn't exactly a thrilling duty station.
So he takes the reports. He doesn't, delve deeper into your statements, and he just wants to get through it as quick as possible, and really doesn't appear to have any sort of real interest. Make of that what you will. In fact, you'll probably hear, as these statements are being taken and stuff, you'll probably hear the what was his picture? Actually, it wasn't there. Assets. This guy, you will hear his voice being raised, and he's saying, surely there's more to this. You guys better look into this, and I expect more, and there's a lot of dollars involved, and we were attacked. We lost a crewman. You get the feeling that he's also picked up that this inspector is not particularly interested in doing this, and Halloran has taken something of an offence to that.
Yep. So, what are the chances that our ship gets jumped and mostly blown up on our way back through this system?
Totally not going to happen. Totally.
Because we're not going to get that far.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was debating whether to bring up if he's reading body language, if the guy just considers the report of pirates routine. But then if we've been on this route however many times, we may already know whether or not pirates in this area are routine.
In Wildeman, they're not that routine because you're still very close to Fist. The pirate activity seems to increase the further along the route that you get.
Because, of course, it does.
Suppose that stands to reason.
I'm not sure if you want to, press this investigator as to.
Nope, not really.
All right, so you'll do your thing. You'll give your report.
There's too many people in here.
Halloran will come out and say, I'm not happy with what they're doing. I don't think they're taking this seriously.
Bloody pirates.
Well, good luck.
All right, so on your way back, I guess you're sitting in the food court with Dean, grabbing something to eat, when your personal communicator will ping a message from the ship.
All right. I shall answer it.
You accept the ping, and you will see Bren Halcor on your screen. Says, Captain and EXO want you back on board as soon as you are finished with the authorities. Don't know what it's about. Just passing on the message.
Copy. On my way.
All right, so Flynn, you're heading back. Dean, you're hanging in the port, or are you going to stick around? Go back as well.
Yeah, I'll hang out here for a while.
Right, you can be there when the terrorist bombings start.
Exactly.
The terrorist bombing doesn't happen yet. Okay. So you'll come back on board. You'll see the captain. Let me bring up the pictures.
Need a way to share multiple pictures at the same time.
That would be good. I'm getting more used to the menus. You will see that the captain and XO are in the captain's office. Assembled there is also the other senior officers, including Sully. Sully, you're not sure what's going on. The captain and XO have not answered any questions. They've said, wait till everyone's here.
Is this before or after the loading?
This is after. So the captain will say, well, we're all here. He goes to the safe and pulls out the little device that was spliced into your comm network.
This is when we reveal that Dean's actually a terrorist.
I didn't want to tell you this when Dean was
Who's
around.
Dean?
He puts it down on the table as if it's an important artifact. And he says, this here device is concerning. Mr. Crap, I forgot his name. Mr. Halcor, I have given this to him, and he managed to poke around, and he found a message in its buffer. It was currently transmitting this message when Flynn, you ripped it out?
Yep.
Or was it Dean that? Yeah. When you disconnected this device, there was a message still in its buffer. The message reads, Cargo Manifest 47B-WLDM. I'll just copy this into chat.
Well, you don't have it set in the chat panel? You just push the button?
No, I didn't intend to, but yeah. 47BWLDM 349 assigned. Arrival confirmed via Olympus 15 inbound Wildeman. Collection team authorized for retrieval and secure transfer to facility 12K. Authorization, Olympus actual.
Gonna look around like everybody else to see if anybody recognizes any of this stuff. Oh, obelisk. I thought you just said obelisk. Weird.
No, Olympus.
Is facility 12-K anything recognize?
Nothing that you particularly recognize. But Sully, give me... actually, no, you don't need to roll on this. You will look at your cargo manifest of the cargo that was unloaded here, and you will see that consignment 47B WLDM 349 was unloaded here at Wildeman.
Is that unusual to me?
There was nothing particularly unusual about that consignment. It was loaded, as far as you can tell. It was loaded at Fist, and its destination was Wildeman, and it was unloaded accordingly. What is not normal is ordinarily encrypted messages being sent from your ship, hidden within your own ship's computer communications, with a message that read as follows.
Man, Flynn really wants to mention to the captain that the captain indicated this was, or it was familiar. So, but he told me not to say anything.
What was familiar?
When we pulled this thing out, he said something. I seem to remember him saying something like that he did recognize this, and it was a little familiar. Then he told me to keep my damn mouth shut.
This is correct.
So I'm absolutely looking at him, waiting for him to say something more.
All right, so if you're being very, if you're telegraphing that as you sort of look at the device on the table, look at him, and make it obvious that you're curious.
Well, to him anyway.
He will look down at the device on the table. He will pick it up, and he'll say, "This is very concerning. I've seen this device before. I'm aware of what it is, and I don't like the implication that our ship is being used in such a way. This here, I recognize as a piece of Imperial intelligence equipment. I've not seen it anywhere else. I don't know what Obelisk is, but I know that this here is an Imperial intelligence device.
And this is why you can't trust the Imperials.
Why it's on our ship, I can't tell you. I do not know, but I hope to find out. And I hope to find out who on this ship has been using this and what the nature of this message is.
Can I ask a question? You
Of
said
course, Sully.
you said this. Wait, Sully's not in on this conversation, right? Or is
Yes.
he?
No, he is.
You are the cargo master.
Oh, so okay. I might have missed. I was AFK earlier. I might have missed like some of the context, but the 47 Bravo, Whiskey Lima Delta Mike, like all that nothing unusual, but what was unusual was the encryption used. So I would have been obviously told Flynn, obviously, and Flynn's talking to the captain. Is that what I know at this point?
Well, you certainly know that there's nothing unusual about consignment. It seems like a standard consignment. But you had found out previously that this device was sending a subcarrier encrypted message with your ship's communications that was the ship was obviously not aware of. Someone had spliced this into your communications network and was using it to communicate. And in this particular case, when it was ripped out by Flynn, the device was...
Impulsively.
Well, it seems it was fortunate that you did that, because the device was transmitting the message that was read out at the time that Flynn was ripped it out. So this was unencrypted.
I missed the message. Where's that
It's
at?
in chat. So the message was cargo manifest 47B WLM 349 assigned. Arrival confirmed via Olympus 15 inbound Wildeman. Collection team authorized for retrieval and secure transfer to facility 12K. Authorization Obelisk actual.
Okay, yeah, I saw that. So that's what it was transmitting. That was the
Correct.
message it transmitted.
Yes, and you certainly don't have people delivering secure messages for your consignments.
So I didn't do too long in the military. So Flynn, like, does that mean anything to you? Like, something military or pirates, or like, does it mean anything to you?
No, it's like the captain said. This is Imperial tech. I think it's the Imperial intelligence being jackasses again.
It's probably worth mentioning that at least in Flynn and Sully's case, they're from non-imperial worlds, so the Empire is probably more of a bad guy to them than, say, Dean, who actually was from an imperial client state.
Now we know who installed it. It was Dean. It's working for Imperial intelligence. Are we able to determine, since this message was still in the comm buffer, are we able to determine like the destination?
Well, the destination was Wildeman.
The message destination.
Well, the message would have been whoever was sitting there listening to this encrypted message at Wildeman.
Can we investigate facility 12 TAC kilo?
I don't think we're going to have the time to do that.
Or I guess we don't. Do we even care at this point as a merchant crew?
Well, at this point, you don't know what facility 12K is. So that's an unknown, but you could easily ask around what is facility 12K.
Because that doesn't draw Imperial intelligence attention at all. Hi,
does the
have you heard
know?
of a Death Star program?
I'll ask the captain. Captain, does that 12K mean anything to you? And I'm gonna try to read his language and detect lies.
He will shake his head. You are welcome to roll in the box for detect lies. He'll shake his head and says, I'm not familiar with 12K. I assume it's perhaps a warehouse or some sort of holding facility on the high port. I'm not sure. But I'd like to find out.
Well, what do we do, Captain? Do we report this to the bosses, or do we just move on?
Well, we're a week out from HQ, so any message we get to them is unfortunately going to be a week away. And by the time they receive that message, we're going to be even further still. Adric, or the captain, will say, Sully, that consignment, what's it tagged as? You will look through the manifest and you will see that the consignment is tagged as scientific equipment.
Okay, I will relay, I'll anything that I know that I could glean, I will let him know.
I'll get you to make a freight handling skill.
In the box, or?
No, you can make it open.
So I rolled success by 2. Freight handling.
All right, so give me an IQ roll as well.
Bam. Success by 9.
So you're just flicking through the details on the data pad, and something sort of hits you straight away as being unusual. This is tagged as scientific equipment, and you would know. You're looking at the weights, and the weights ordinarily scientific equipment will have a certain sort of weight threshold that you would expect. The weight of this consignment was significantly more than what you would expect for scientific equipment.
Oh, Captain, there's something wrong. Is Dean there with us as well?
Dean is not there.
Because
Okay.
he's the traitor.
I'd be like, Flynn, Captain, look at this. I would expect this to be, I don't know, however many thousands of tons for scientific equipment, but it's a lot more than that. So definitely not scientific equipment, or none that I've ever heard of.
So you've filled in the captain on everything that happened with the Starlight Dawn. You've not held back anything.
Nope. I have no reason to.
I haven't either. Yeah, I'm a good, good cargo master.
So he says, and you're sure about that, Sully?
Well, I mean, here's on average, I'll go through all the numbers. On average, this is how much it weighs, and here's what it's showing. So either somebody, fat fingered a number, or this is not scientific equipment.
Well, the captain says that is concerning, given our recent involvement with the Starlight Dawn. Did they not report unusual cargo on board?
They did. And those pirates were probably Imperial intelligence.
You will notice the captain sort of nods in agreement.
Recommend we do a complete review of the cargo that we have to see if we can find any additional discrepancies like this. And it's like Sully's like, oh God, just envisioning all the extra work.
Yeah. And I don't know if I have an assistant or even if I would trust them to do it for me.
Thane says, Captain, perhaps we should try and find out what that cargo consignment actually was. We have 24 hours until we depart. I'm sure facility 12K can't be too difficult to find. The high port's not exactly a big place. If we hurry, we should be able to investigate that consignment before it moves elsewhere. He will look at Flynn and says, Flynn has proven himself to be capable. I think he should be tasked with tracking down this consignment. It might at least give us an idea of what's going on and what our ship and perhaps the Starlight Dawn is being used for. And if this is Imperial intelligence, I have no idea why they would be involved with us, especially out here.
Because they're going to make a move like they always do.
The captain will sort of ponder for a bit. He tosses the device back on the table, and he says, "Very well, Flynn. Can you gather some people and investigate this consignment? Perhaps Sully, your knowledge of this consignment could be of use to Flynn. I suggest you join him."
And I already know I'm going to end up incorporating Dean because I know he's former Imperial military.
If Imperials are involved, this could be potentially dangerous. So be careful. And I should remind you that this is all below board. We're not documenting any of this to anyone.
Man, you know what Flynn just heard there? No witnesses.
For the record, I don't know who I can trust anymore. We at least have a someone on board that is transmitting these messages.
It's Dean.
Is there anything further? What's her name? The bosun?
Right? Jens.
Jens says, "Captain, should I get some weapons from the armory?" And the captain will turn to Flynn. He says, "I would suggest that's wise.
Very much so.
All right, let's make this happen. We don't have too much time. We have our berth for 24 hours, at which point we must depart. Otherwise, we are up for extra berthing fees."
Right. Now we got to figure out how to track this stuff down, and I don't have any skill for that.
The captain will say, all right, dismissed. And when you leave the office, Thane will sort of stop you for a moment, Flynn, and he'll say, don't fuck this up.
How do I respond to that?
And probably
Apart from
probably secretly, his body language is saying, I hope you fuck this up.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to give him my fearsome stare and respond with the thank you for giving me an opportunity to excel, sir.
You can tell he doesn't like your retort.
He just gave me a crap job that I'm not trained for.
He says, I want to know if there's any threat to the ship and this crew. And then he will just walk off.
So, one of the things I'm going to quickly flag here is one of Flynn's quirks is he can be utterly ruthless in the pursuit of his goals. So, like I said, he probably heard the captain just say no witnesses, which doesn't bode well for any Imperial intelligence guys we run into.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So we clearly need to buzz Dean, his comm, and say, "Get your ass back to the boat." On
Oh,
double
man.
quick. Everything's groovy.
What is Dean doing at this very moment that he receives the call?
Playing a video game at an arcade.
I was about to say, what's an arcade, but I forgot this is like that whole retro. Future.
So you're
Yeah,
playing.
it may just be a machine standing by itself or something.
So you're playing Train Simulator version.
I was gonna say like
20
Volani Strike 6.
Man, I was gonna get a high score. Shit.
Repeat, everything's groovy.
On the way, sir.
Right. So how do we even start with this? This is like almost just I don't know how shipping actually works in this case. I don't know if like Sully or someone else could like retract the consignment that we just sent.
So
The way I think it works is that. Go ahead.
So as far as you know, what you do is you deliver to the dock facility, and then, courier companies or whatever will pick up those consignments and have them delivered to their particular destinations, unless that consignment is flagged for pickup by someone or the person that it's supposed to be picked up by.
Right. So in that case, what I'm thinking is we probably need to have Sully talk to one of whoever it is that we worked with before, and maybe with a little bit of BS, like, hey, this consignment, insert that big ass number, a piece of it fell off, and we want to try to get that to this person or sneak it back onto the consignment without them noticing. You know what I'm saying, man?
Yeah, I hear you. Use my smooth operator skill.
Exactly.
Well, the first thing you could possibly check is to see if it's been picked up yet.
Yeah, that would probably be the thing.
Well, I mean, we will log into the computer and check the appropriate records, or
Well,
make a
you won't.
call to whoever.
You won't have that. That would all be the stevedores that would know where that consignment currently is, if it, assuming that it hasn't been picked up.
Right. So maybe a quick text message, email, or phone call to the, the local freight master who's in charge of the stevedores, and come up with some story like, hey, just checking on a consignment that we dropped off. Just wondering if they picked it up yet. If you don't mind checking for me, we want to make sure that they got it, or something like that.
Give me
Like a little white lie.
Give me a reaction roll or an influence roll, as this guy appears to be busy.
Hey man, come on, do me the favor. Next time I'm around, I'll hook you up, bring you some of those cigars you like.
Oh, that's right. I need to check your enemy.
Check my enemy.
Yeah, did your enemy want you to get arrested?
Yeah, he wants to arrest me, or like find the heck out of me. If
Or
he can
just make
catch
you
me,
miserable.
if he can catch me red-handed with something, which he's not going to, because I'm smarter than him.
My hands are blue.
You'll get a reply. Where did you say you're from?
Drynex. Hey, this is solely from the Olympus 15. We dropped off some cargo. 47 Bravo Whiskey Lima Delta Mike 349. Just want to make sure the client got it. If you can advise over.
There is a sigh, and he says, "Stand by."
Oh, that one. Yeah, it exploded.
He says, "No, that one's been picked up."
All right, yeah. Well, that was pretty quick. We just dropped it off, a few hours ago, or I think lost track of time.
He
So
says, "Yeah, we have it here as being picked up by a Ferrex Biotech. They signed for it."
all right, Josh, I appreciate that, man. Next time I see you, holler at me. I got some cigars for you. I don't know what his name is, so I just made up Josh.
Josh works. It's Josh now.
Where's the equivalent of Cuba?
You said Ferrex. I'm gonna write it down. Can you say that name again?
Ferrex Biotech.
And then the equivalent of
Miss it
Cuba,
all.
maybe from Drynex. I don't know.
We have awesome cigars.
All right. Sully will like look back at Flynn and the captain. He's like, Captain. He's like, they've already picked it up. Company by the name of Ferrex Biotech.
Actually, I think it's just the PCs at this point because the captain dismissed us.
Oh,
All right,
yeah.
so let's see what we can
So
find
Flynn,
about Ferrex Biotech.
yeah. Suppose if we don't have area knowledge, we could maybe do like a research roll. If we have time to carouse, maybe, discreetly ask questions.
I was thinking of just like standard computer operations. I want to Google
Yeah,
it.
start there.
Oh,
That would
wait,
fall
it's
under
space.
research.
Would it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, basically, computer is considered basic equipment for research.
I got an 8 in research, so I need to do this to be able to learn it. So you guys are probably, if somebody
come
ever
over here. He's gonna give you this look, and he's like, Flint, come over here. He's like, all right, take that finger. That's your index finger. Now punch
I
in your
used
pass.
Bing. I was like bringing up the space Bing, and it's just like nobody uses that
So Flynn picks up the mouse
computer.
and talks into it. Computer.
Not that I'm that great at it, but I do have the basic skills.
All right.
Well,
so
you look like a paragon compared to us defaulters.
you will look up some information. There's not a great deal to find. You do see that Ferrex Biotech is a company that was listed or registered 2 years ago. And doesn't seem to be anything extraordinary.
Yeah, if I were a Black Ops front, how would that look?
So this research takes, I think standard research is 1 hour.
Depends on what you're using. You could use the D6. I think that's the action standard.
All right, so let's use a D6. That's a D6 times 10 minutes, right?
No, it's D6 hours.
Yeah.
Well, we'll do a D6 times 10 minutes.
This is Ultratech. It might be faster.
So Sully, give me a D6 roll, please.
He just walked off.
Oh. All right, so 30 minutes. You find that information.
Indeed.
If you want to spend extra time to try and get more information, you can do so, and it will multiply based off that standard 30 minutes. So if you want a +1, you'll spend an hour, then it'll be 2 hours, 4 hours, and so on, up to a maximum +5.
Well, we don't want to do that much time. So it's like if he succeeded by, let me scroll back up. He already succeeded by 1. If he succeeded by 2, what information would that necessarily give us?
Well, you don't know until you commit to it. So you have 24 hours to do what you need to do. So you tell me how
which
much
is
time
not
you
a
commit.
whole lot of time.
Well, you can split up some of the man hours involved there with Dean at least, and potentially Sully.
Well,
But
that
this
would
is
require
research.
separate research roles.
Doesn't necessarily. Depends. One may be giving the instructions, and the other one's just gathering the data.
That would still come down to assists, right?
So based off of the bonus, an hour would be +1 because it's 30 minutes times 2, and 2 hours would be a +2. Right?
Yes.
So if we do 2 hours, that will give him a +3, or success by 3. So I'm gonna say let's go with that.
Well, actually,
So
let's do it like this. We can do it by stages. So I'll tell you what you find out after 1 hour research, and then you can tell me if you want to continue researching to get more.
yeah,
All right. So after 1 hour research, you'll, so that would make it success by 2. You will find out not only is it, a fairly young company, there doesn't seem to be much behind it. They do have a registered office here in Wildeman. And
it's a biotech firm, and it doesn't have a equivalent of a website.
well, it has a website. That's kind of what you found out.
Viridium Dynamics.
I have wondered how that works in this universe.
So they do have an office in Wildeman.
If they have an office here, and if they are taking up cargoes, that means they have a warehouse.
Do you wish to research some more?
I think so, with a focus on trying to find warehouses. Or labs. Or people we can abduct and throw water in their face and shout beefcake until we get them to confess.
Or just keep them sedated for a week.
Okay, so you're going to then commit to 2 hours.
Yep, you can't act without intel.
So that will
Nothing else.
leave
We can
you.
probably also send Dean to physically look at the warehouse, not the warehouse, the office.
Yeah, what
Because,
time of day is it at this point? And
doesn't matter. You're a
Have a look in the
spacer
calendar.
crew who is on shore leave, so you're totally going to be walking around and staring at
no,
stuff.
that's not my point. My point is anybody working? What is
the
this?
current
132. So that's Friday.
Ooh, it's so dark 30. We should break in. Does anybody have Vietnamese skills?
Oh yeah, I guess it is. No,
All
but
right,
I've
so
got a monowire pocket knife.
So, just to confirm, you've committed to 2 hours
Yes.
of research. So
Yes.
that leaves you 22 hours left.
Yes.
You will find out that they don't appear to have a warehouse here. So that's a +3.
Yes.
You will determine that they don't appear to have any offices registered elsewhere.
Right. So looks like we need to go to their office and
So this is their headquarters?
Possibly break in.
You're not sure if it's their headquarters, but it would appear so, since that's the only registered office that you've been able to find, and it's like they only exist on Wildeman. Do you wish to research further, making that 4 hours?
No, we don't have the time to do that. We are going to go to said office and probably physically scout it out for a bit.
All right. So the high port has like a promenade, and it has a business district. Even though it is really late at night, there is still some activity on this promenade. You see that there's offices and such that have lights on, and they must run 24-hour staff.
Yeah, well, this is space after all, so the sun up and sundown don't really mean much here.
However, most businesses are shut with the exception of, food places and bars and that sort of thing, which would be having a 24-hour clientele. You will go to this business at the listed address. It is a small it's the Capsule Hotel of offices.
Uh-huh. It's one of those rent an office things.
Yes. The office is currently closed. There is no hours of operation listed on the door, but there is a nice sign with a pretty logo that says Ferrex Biotech.
Black Ops front.
Looks like a Black Ops front to me. So, how do we get in there without doing very bad things? No, ignore the bad things. We're going to be doing bad things.
This is the business district, so you do notice that there is security cameras, and every now and then you will see, station security just sort of wandering around.
So you said we did not actually identify a warehouse?
You did not identify a warehouse, but yes. But then again, you didn't specifically, ask about facility 12K. You could potentially have asked, locals if they know what a 12K is, if there's a particular reference to that, or you could probably do some research, but that would be a separate research role. Happy to take Streetwise. For those that aren't doing the research, happy to take Streetwise, or what would it be? IQ. You could complement that with carousing.
Are we each going to do something different to split up our time?
Well, your time
efficiently?
is occupied for the next 2 hours, so the others have 2 hours to do potential stuff.
Oh, this is the research role for 2 hours?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I do not have Streetwise or carousing, interestingly enough.
He's not a carouser.
He is not a carouser.
Right, so yeah. So the only thing I could think of is to go to a bar frequented by the Stevedores Union and start buying drinks, I guess.
So, carousing and Streetwise.
Oh, he doesn't have Streetwise. That is so not a thing for him.
All right, so you can give me a reaction roll plus you have carousing.
I do have that.
If you succeed your carousing, then you can add +2 to your reaction roll.
I suppose I'll take that then.
With whatever other bonuses that you might get.
Yeah, and I think I get that. And I probably don't get much of any of the rest of this.
I'm sitting here looking at my skills, trying to figure out how I can actually participate in this.
I need a place to put this.
Yeah, before you make that roll, Lynn, happy to take some suggestions on how you could contribute an assist.
I don't have the skills for that. I'm the guy who looks at all the stuff after people have gathered the information, and I put the pieces together.
All right. Well, yeah, I guess I'll just do the thing. Well, apparently.
Wow.
Very
apparently
good.
It was a female stevedore, and she kind of thinks I'm hot.
Or it's a couple of guys and they think you're funny.
Or they think
or
he's
it's guys
hot.
and they think I'm hot.
Or they think you're hot. They're all wrong, by the way.
I would tend to agree.
All right, so since you're doing the carousing, you tell us who it is that you're talking to.
Like I said, it shouldn't be too difficult to find a drinking establishment where stevedores frequent, or just cargo people in general. So he's gonna get in there and start buying drinks on guys looking like they just got off duty or whatever, or girls, whoever's there. I'm sure it's egalitarian, and
What if
just
it's just robots?
doing drinking games and stuff like that. So there'll be a table full of workers who are off work.
How much do you imbibe?
I mean, not a dangerous amount, but not none.
All right, so give me a health-based carousing roll.
This is where you roll 18.
Yeah, I was just wondering. That is health-based already.
All right, you pace yourself well enough, so you can choose what level of inebriation you want to be. So what is it? Sober, tipsy? No. Yeah, sober, tipsy, drunk, and unconscious.
Well, they seem to be pretty likable, so he may not need to be getting them tipsy. So yeah, he hangs out at the table and gets them talking about work, complaining about work, because that's the perennial military pastime, complaining.
All right, so what you find out is facility 12K isn't named, or it doesn't match to any particular name, but they do surmise that it could be districts. So the high port is broken into districts, and they do have alphabetic names. So you have district or zone 12. Sorry, district or zone K. And you're talking about freight and holding facilities or warehouses. They think perhaps the 12 could be an address of a warehouse in District K.
What was the population here? It was pretty low.
10,000.
Yeah, so there might not be that many districts. Yeah, okay. So we can probably work with that.
But there's no thing that's actually like 12K. So it could be, 12 Seaman Parade on in District K or Zone K.
Yeah, I mean, we can at least look up at what Zone K is and whether or not that seems suitable.
I'll give you an either research or an IQ roll. Happy to take either.
I am smarty.
All right. So given that information, you will pull up a wow, mental blank. A directory of the high port, and you look at Zone K and look for anything that could be a warehouse with an address of 12, and in fact you do find something that could be a warehouse.
Hey, it could be this.
It seems to match.
Right. Well, now we need to do some B&E.
We're gonna what?
Break and enter.
Why would we do that?
To find out if these Imperial scumbuckets are breaking the law.
Breaking the law, breaking the law.
But that would mean we would be breaking the law.
Not my law.
I don't think that's how it works.
It's absolutely how it works.
Well, we can go. Let's go see what's going on over there.
Yep. And depending on how long you were carousing, Sully may be joining us at this point.
That's true.
For simplicity's sake, you guys, Flynn and Dean, you come back and talk to Sully, and Sully tells you what he's managed to find out so far. And I guess you decide, okay, that'll be it. Let's go have a look at this place.
Right.
Okay.
I am going to make an assumption here that we did not check out weapons to
that would be an incorrect
armed.
assumption.
Incorrect?
That would absolutely be an incorrect assumption. We are not going into that situation without weapons.
Well, I mean, when we came out originally, I don't think... would we assume? At that point, we were just doing research. Now, at this point, if we were going to go over there and recon and expecting trouble, we'd probably have to go back to the ship, check out weapons, and then come back.
So the legality class of the starport is 4. So I guess you can concealed carry.
No. CR4 is stun weapons, open carry.
Right, but if you have the permit, then you
Yeah,
can.
if you have the permit, you can open carry a lethal weapon.
Shiny.
If you want to bring something more lethal than a whatever legality class you're allowed, based off that, happy to take a smuggling roll. We can
That would
we
be
can wrap it
holdout.
up. Well, we could wrap it up in a holdout or smuggling. Either or.
Well, Dean doesn't have a permit, and that wouldn't even occur to him to try.
Well, I do have a permit, so I'm not worried about it.
All right, so Flynn, you're taking your gyro pistol and your lightsaber that's not a lightsaber.
Indeed.
Is
That's just a tool. What are you talking about? Looks like a wrench. Not
Can't
really.
open it.
what is the legality class on that?
Huh. There is no legality class on the melee weapons.
That seems a bit odd.
I mean, on the fantasy grounds.
Oh, does it not? I thought it did.
It's legality class 2.
Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. Yeah, that one's a no-no.
Right, then I needed to be smuggled in. Does anybody have smuggling?
Either smuggling or holdout.
I have smuggling and holdout.
It appears that the inspector that you're going to be dealing with is a hard ass. Okay, so work out what you're smuggling or holding out, and then give me the appropriate rolls.
Did you not say if we have the permit, is it valid on this station?
If you have
For
a permit,
LC3.
This station has the no weapons sticker.
yeah, so there's a no weapons past this point. Unless you have a permit. Unless, of course, you have a weapon that you can utilize at CR4. Is there going to be an attempt to smuggle or hold out?
I have the permit, so I guess I don't need it, right? Is that what you're saying? I'm just taking
Control
my
rating
handgun.
4. A pistol, a lethal pistol, is legality class 3. That means you'd have to have the permit to open carry it. And in the case of the sword, it's legality class 2, which means the permit doesn't matter.
Right. Yeah, so in that case, we probably do need to smuggle those in.
Well,
Apparently
I'm gonna have mine concealed carry.
Okay, if you conceal carry it, it is one legality class lower, which means your permit's not going to work.
Okay, I guess I'm confused, but I have the international concealed carry permit that I paid 1 perk point for. You're saying it's not valid?
He did say when you picked that up that there are going to be places where it's not going to be valid.
Okay, well, I'm concealed carrying it, and unless they're using technology, I don't know how that works, you know, like x-ray machines and scanners and stuff.
Yeah, well, we can just smuggle something in. You know, we just have to have like, you know, stuff that we are taking in to sell. And the weapons can, you know, have like a smuggle compartment or something like that in there.
All right, that sounds good.
So if you're going to do that, you'll have to give me a smuggle or a holdout roll.
I have neither of those.
All right, smuggling
Damn.
success by 8.
Easy done. You managed to get those items past security.
Right.
Does that
So we need to
does that
go
include
to.
does that include Dean's Gauss rifle?
Dean's not bringing anything.
I might have brought it for you.
I surely hope you're not signing out somebody else's weapon out of the locker.
Why? Because that'll be illegal. It's triggering Dean's honesty. Like, wait, why are you doing that?
So once you make it through security, Sally, you'll hand Dean his not force sword.
Not Dean.
Sorry, Flynn. His not force sword, and Dean will see this and his eye will start twitching.
It's for close encounters.
Well, how'd you get through the... oh.
All right, so you will go to this location, the proposed facility 12K.
More importantly, when we get there, we need to see if suddenly there are grids on the floor underneath us.
What grids? You assume too much. All right, so you will come to a building. As far as you can tell, the building is fairly ordinary. It certainly has the look of a warehouse or some sort of stock room.
How big is it? And
Uh,
are there like a gajillion cameras still around?
Give me a perception roll.
By 5.
There are not a gajillion cameras around, it would appear that this section of the high port doesn't have like monitored security. However, you do see a couple of cameras that cover the access to this warehouse.
Right. Well, we probably want to circle around, see if there are multiple entrances or if there's like a super suspicious looking black van with the windows tinted that's parked, right up there. But ultimately try to see if there are alternate entry locations or anything that stands out as, whoa, why is that there? Like, I don't know, like a antenna dish that's on the roof of a warehouse.
Give me a stealth roll. This will represent how inconspicuous you are.
Hold on, let me put stealth onto my character sheet. Oh yeah, that's gonna be awesome. I'm gonna kick this one in the butt. Oh, so close.
Well,
Fail by one.
Okay, so you will check this place out, and you can ascertain that there's possibly 3 entrances to this building. Each of the entrances is covered by camera. And if you give me an observation roll, anyone can give me
Does
that roll.
anybody have that skill?
Dean does not.
If you don't have observation, you are welcome to give me a perception roll. If you succeed your perception, then give me an IQ roll. All right. So
Why the hell not?
Success by 4 observation.
all right. So you're casing this place, and you will note that compared to the other places around here, this one seems to be the only one that has cameras.
Mm-hmm.
Well, my thinking is we can totally go in through a wall that isn't under camera surveillance.
With your not lightsaber.
I may have Dean use his pocket knife instead.
Nope. Can't bring that either.
Goodness.
Yeah. CR4 sucks.
So what's the plan?
Do we find any indication of why this is, or who the owners of this place is?
Nope. There are no signs. Nothing that gives you any indication of that sort of thing.
Signs of recent traffic in and out of the warehouse.
What was the observation roll? It's hard to say, but Yeah, it's hard to say. You're not sure. It's not like the place is abandoned or anything like that. It's certainly maintained. But it's not like there's tracks because, you're not on dirt or
Yeah.
anything.
Nah, I would figure if you got rubber tires, there might be a smudge here and there or something. Might look recent, but that's about the best I could think of.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's abandoned. It looks like it's maintained, but you can't see if there's been any sort of recent activity.
Well, I don't want to just necessarily just break in.
It's dark 30 at this point. Yes.
We advanced 2 hours, so
1:30.
It's not 128.
no, that didn't do what it's supposed to do. There you go.
Right. Well, with my arc weapon, I could probably get us through a wall without any difficulty. This may take some extra time, and unfortunately, if I hit something that's explosive in the process, that could be bad. At the same time, if the entrances have cameras, we probably don't want to just walk up to that. Entertaining options.
You could electronics repair surveillance systems to disable cameras.
I don't have repair. I just have ops. Actually, I don't have surveillance either. I have comms, med, security, and sensors. I don't know why I have security, but I do.
Well, I have lots of repair. I don't have that one specifically.
I think they default to each other. Let me just confirm that it is that one for surveillance systems. That's action exploits, I believe.
Tell me, Mr. Alani, can you shut down those sensor or those surveillance systems? And he's like, give me a moment. The GM is looking something up.
No, so you got to ask the question the right way. So you ask him, if you were going to disable those, how would you do it? It's like, well, you just do it. You'd pull this wire over here and did it. Oh, why are you asking me that?
Because I do believe we need to go inside.
Oh.
And depending upon what we find in there, we may need to burn that warehouse down.
That's not making it better.
Getting in.
Thinking about it though, it's like striking a blow against the Imperium.
I like the Imperium.
I'm gonna look at you like you have 3 heads.
Well, according to action, you can make an electronics op surveillance roll.
Yeah, I don't have surveillance. I have
Damn it, I grabbed the wrong one again.
sensors.
Sorry, electronics ops security.
Oh, I do have security at 12. Does anyone have higher electronic ops security than 12? I totally envision Dean having it better at default.
He does not. His abilities don't extend to operation, just repair.
Right. Well, if that's
You
the
can
case,
also
then
use stealth, but it is a contest of your stealth versus anyone that is currently watching.
And I think for the security one, electronic op, you need to have like the basic equipment for it, I'm sure. Or maybe our data pads would be enough.
I'm sure Dean would have a portable kit,
What?
or maybe not.
He's got a multi-tool.
So you have a
That's
sonic
at
screwdriver.
least legal to carry.
So if you want to negotiate the cameras, you can make a electronics op security, or you can make a contest of stealth versus anyone watching the cameras.
so it's 12 versus 8 for me. I have a pretty good idea which one's slightly better. I may need to borrow your multi-tool.
Ah, yeah, sure. What do you need it for? Are we doing crime?
What do you need it for? For this, and you take it, go over there, pop some stuff, click, 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 do the thing. Oh, and I totally failed that one by 4. Alarms are going off now.
Oh, don't do. But
All right. Well, there's no audible alarms or anything like that.
But another door slams down. I think
you
I got
will
it.
you will disable the camera. You're not sure whether you managed to disable it such that your tampering is undetected, or not.
Oh, the player knows it wasn't. Right. Here's your multi-tool. Now we need to go in.
The door is obviously locked.
Does anybody have lock picks? If not, I'm just gonna go snap hiss.
negative on the lockpicks.
We're not like a
It is
Ocean's
electronic
11
lock.
crew here.
Nope. So the XO said, "Here's this insane job that I want you to do," and it's like we're all going, "This is out of our skill set."
And the XO is probably going, I know.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna have to put the blade up there, or the hilt up to the thing, and turn it on and open it up that way.
No, this is going to be one of those moments we look back on years later when we're in the middle of piracy and all that, and this has become a way of life. We go, remember back when we first did that one break-in?
Yeah, it's like it's right after we go in there and we're like super high speed about it, and it's like we've got bumper kits where it's like we push it up against the door and it goes and the door opens and fries the surveillance, and we're like, oh hey, yeah, this would have been really nice to have a couple years ago. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. A grid just popped up.
Well, not for
Did
me,
not.
not yet. Right
Let-
now it's just an empty warehouse thing.
Let me know when you actually see the image. I want to see how long it takes.
Not yet.
Would be good if you could pre-share.
It's up.
It's up. And looking at the combat tracker, you're going to need to remove Old Sully and maybe EBD and GBD.
All right.
Wait, that says LC08. It doesn't say the other thing.
Eh?
Why did Sully not work? Because he's a new character, that's why.
12K. This should say 12K, not LC-08.
That's the door number.
Oh, shit. Well, congratulations, guys. We have just officially committed a act of industrial espionage.
Who's we?
Pick an entrance. Any entrance.
We're
Then-
going down the
Well,
left
apparently we
hand
cut through the
path.
wall.
So we no, we went through the door.
Oh,
We're going down the sinister path.
All right, so this is what you see.
All right. So what the heck is this? Is this just actually like cargo and all that stuff?
It seemed to be just containers and such.
What are those?
They're
As in spinny things.
they're very special air conditioning.
Got it. And it does not look like there's an office or anything in this warehouse.
That would appear to be the case.
All right. Well, everybody, split up and get as much information from this cargo as you can.
okay. Well, we got to deal with a thing first.
What's the thing?
So you cut the door down or whatever. Dean's like, I don't know, boss.
No time for morals.
Wow.
That was a weird roll for me.
Oh,
It was
I guess.
stuck. It was stuck on a 4. I mean, it was an angled for like
Yeah,
a
it was
really long
cocked.
time.
Holy crap! I failed a lot. Yeah. Okay, you win. Get in here, Dean. Right top. I'm on it.
Damn it, boss! You got me doing crimes.
Welcome to the life of a proper spacer.
Been
Don't worry.
Proper space for 12 years.
I have more crimes in mind for the future, but I'm not going to tell you that yet.
All right, so you split up.
Yeah, I think principally we are looking for that crate that was brought here, that we delivered, because we want to crack it open and see what is in it.
Right up.
I'm wondering if it might still be tagged. The
Ooh,
same
that's a
as it
good
was
thought.
when we had it loaded. We might be able to pull that up on AR or something.
That's a really good thought.
All right.
Universe reaction roll.
Sure.
That's what I was expecting you to say. It's like I
But
don't know.
I'll assess a
It's like the
minus
go-to
2.
GM cheating.
I'll assess a minus 2 on this because tags may have been removed or whatever.
Good. A 13 is a good reaction.
All right, so if you have your regular cargo scanner, you can simply walk past stuff and it'll go ba-ding, ba-ding. and you'll be able to scan its, RFID.
Right. We find it. We pop it open. Zombies are going to come out of it. I just know it.
More dead pirates.
Or explosives.
You all staying together?
Yep.
Ooh, it's the Starlight crew.
That all of them, except they're really small now, which is super weird. It's a guy encased in carbonite.
It's a girl in suspended animation.
Right. I'm gonna have to
Cryo.
look at it and go, huh.
All right, so no, you will you'll pull the crate out and break its. Well, actually, you'll see that the seal is already broken. So, whoever picked this up post your handoff has opened this container.
Well, let's see if there's anything in it.
You will open it up, and you will see
A zombie?
what looks to be scientific equipment.
Well, that's disappointing.
There should be a packing slip in there, or the Ultratech equivalent of it. So we'll check the manifest against the contents.
You can give me a search or perception roll in the box, please. Well, actually, doesn't matter. You can make it
I was
open.
about to say, I could roll it in the box.
You can
if
make
you
it
want
open.
me to.
It doesn't matter. You can make it open.
Sully has smuggling as well, if I recall correctly.
Okay.
Yep.
I'll accept smuggling too.
He may not be present.
Yeah, he has kid aggro.
Let
So
me
the GM will have
for
to
him.
roll off of his thing. I'm expecting
done.
robots to attack us at any moment.
All right. Sully.
That was well timed.
Give a smuggling check, FX.
Can you give me a
Smuggling?
perception-based smuggling, please?
Is that where I drag the dice onto my perception?
Correct.
Don't worry, you'll screw it up at least once. I still screw that up all the time.
Damn.
Success by 7.
Damn.
Well, if you're gonna do it, that's how you want to do it.
All right, Sully. Success
He's like
by 4.
amateurs.
You're looking through this crate, and you can see that there's clearly a false bottom on this.
Yeah, he's like, dimensions don't add up.
This looks like it's measured in D tons, Flynn, and not standard tons. It's throwing me off.
Hits a button, we'll find the latch. Need to look for the latch.
Now, I will need hearing-based perception rolls in the box, please. I want to see if you hear the explosive timer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so, Sully, you are almost certain that there is a false bottom on this crate, and the scientific equipment is just the coffee beans on the top.
Okay. Can I find... I mean, is this one of those... Can we open it? Like, is that obvious to us?
It's already open, but you'll have
Sorry.
to start emptying the fake contents to get to the false bottom.
Right.
Is that what we want to do?
Yep,
I
we
guess
want
if
to
we're
see
gonna
what's
find
on
out
the.
whatever's going on, we got to.
Make sure to grab a handful of the more explosive chemicals, Dean, so you have a weapon when the fight starts. Hey, hydrochloric acid. Wow, why would this be in here?
I have just this kind of a side question. I forgot that I have. Oh, it looks like it maybe already did it. When I rolled my perception, I have a +1 for vision.
No, that's Dean. Dean added that
Oh, that
to
was
his.
Dean. Oh yeah. Never mind. That's not. Yeah. So I would have succeeded a little bit better. But is that something that I just in the future I have to like add a +1, or is
Mm-hmm.
there a way to do it automatic?
You will have to do it
What
manually.
some people typically do is they'll go on the other tab and they'll do a separate vision
Or
roll over
hit,
there or
hit
something
the
like that.
plus button and just add a modifier down there.
All right.
Wait, no, you can't do that for perception. Yeah, you would have to probably do that on other. I was thinking of skill.
Oh,
They also
Okay.
fixed the range mod thing on arrows.
oh, did you? Okay.
Well, I didn't fix that.
Wow,
Fairness
it's
grounds
actually
did.
legible.
Okay, so you start pulling out the fake stuff.
Test roll. Yeah, that didn't work. Carry on.
And then get to the false bottom. You lift out the false bottom, and you find a number of Gorse rifles,
Oh, that's convenient.
brand spanking new.
Does they have ammo present as well?
Well, you never know. There might be other crates that came with this consignment.
Well, it won't matter because they'll probably have ID grips.
You can circumvent that.
Eventually.
If someone has soldier,
Yep.
make a roll, please.
Made a roll and wow, failed by 2.
Hang on. I has it. Not a lot, but I has it. Nope, I failed a bunch.
I don't
So
even know if I want to try.
neither of us are going to notice that there are no serial numbers.
But yes, these are brand spanking new Gorse rifles.
They're so clean.
My eyes light up. I'm calculating how much I could sell these for if they were in our cargo hold.
I think they're like $4,500 a pop, something like that.
Huh.
The
Seems like a lot of extra work just to smuggle Gauss rifles onto a planet.
okay, where's your perception rolls? There and there.
Well, they might not be trying to smuggle it onto the planet. They may just be trying to get it past security in the station.
Over in this direction, Sully and Flynn, you hear the sound of a door open.
Speaking
crap.
of which,
And you can hear the murmur of voices.
Let's scramble to the lip and look in that direction, with a quick sort of peek. Fully expecting like 4 or 5 guards that are all kitted out. Well, look at
No,
that.
they're not guards. They're bad dudes. Freaking bad dudes, man.
Here we go.
Do these Gauss rifles have ammo? Is that what the failed roll was for?
Mom.
It wouldn't be packed with them, probably. It'd be separate. That would be my guess as the, transport specialist, cargo specialist.
Well, that kind of sucks for Dean.
Well, that kind of depends. Because those guys may not know.
So as these dudes are coming in, does it look like they're coming in force as responding to my failed attempt to shut down the security?
They do not appear to be coming in force. They are talking. They do not have weapons out or anything like that. I'm going to make...
Maybe
this
if we
roll.
squeak, they'll think it's a rat.
Go. Bad dude, the second bad dude, totally looked and right through the slats is going to see all three of us.
So they're fairly casual. They're talking. And then one of the dudes stops, dead in his tracks. The others will do the same, or they'll notice that this guy stops, and he sort of points over to the far door, which has a nice, not lightsaber hole in it.
Dude,
Ah, fudge.
I just had an amusing realization here there for you, Dean. There's a perfectly good vehicle there.
Do you know how to
Those are
operate
not
a
very
loader?
fast.
Of course, knowing your luck, it's going to be driving really slow.
I'm quite happy to have that be an exoskeleton loader, so you
No,
can
he doesn't have
totally
that.
Ripley it.
He doesn't have any of those skills. That's not his job.
Right. So Flynn is going to be momentarily confused about, it's like, oh crap, they see us. Wait, no, they're looking at the door. He's going to glance at the door and realize, oh, right. Yeah.
So they will get to there when they stop and notice. At which point, the dude at the front will pull out his weapon. He'll sort of, move his finger to his lips, going shh, and then he'll indicate, you go there, you go there.
Yeah, this is not in a great condition because of poor Dean.
Well, Dean is going to hoist one of these rifles.
So they pull out pistols. So these images have rifles, but they've actually got pistols.
Right.
So sidearms. Um,
What are they wearing?
They seem to be wearing just, normal stuff. Jackets, pants, whatever. However,
So,
I want those people that have soldier to make a perception-based soldier roll. You can add your any vision enhancements that you've got.
so no logos or anything like that.
Nope, no logos except Nike and stuff.
Success by 1.
Right.
A successful roll tells you that this guy seems to be moving with, some military. This guy has had military training, or at least security training. The other 3 don't seem to be moving in that manner.
Right.
So, he's moving with his weapon, properly held forward. His knees are bent, and he's moving very methodically. The others are far more casual in their movement. So, your experience tells you that person has had some sort of formal training.
Does anybody actually have driving of any sort?
I have piloting contragravity.
I have driving spaceship.
Well, because I was thinking this is probably like driving construction equipment.
Probably.
All right. Well, yeah. Okay, so Flynn is going to wait. We're not in combat, are we?
Yeah, not until someone does something.
I guess
Well,
you could jump
Flynn
out.
wants to discreetly draw a bead on the leader with the gyrock pistol.
So to do that, you're going to have to expose.
Yes, very.
Yourself.
Just at least just a little bit. Yeah. Let's see, and he is going to utterly fail an attempt at stealth for that.
Well, that'll make it easier.
I do suspect that's going to cause them to go, oh, it's on. Wow, although the GM rolled pretty shitty there too.
Yes, but rolled good enough for one of them. So one of the dudes will shout out, "There, by the crates," and he's pointing in your direction.
Yep.
Okay, let's do this.
I was totally thinking about shouting. It's like, freeze, police, just to see how they react. I think I'm going to do that when I start aiming.
So this guy will move to there, taking cover.
Ah! Gonna aim at him and simultaneously shout, freeze, police! It's not intended to do more than to hopefully confuse.
Well, Dean is just looking out at this point. He's got the empty Gauss rifle here. It's not hooked up. It's not tied into his HUD or anything. It's basically just a big paperweight right now. But he's keeping track of the other three to see where they go, just to keep so they can't flank us.
I think, how high did you say the crates were?
Multi,
Can I
much
can I
taller
climb
than
it?
you. You can certainly climb it. It'd be a -2 climbing.
Sweet. I don't have climbing, so I can try. So it's like a smooth surface, no handholds
It's a bunch of
or
crates.
footholds.
Actually, it'd
Well,
probably be the equivalent of climbing a tree. So I think climbing a tree is no penalty. Either way, we can make a roll to see if it matters.
he's probably not going to try. He's like, he looked up. It's like, that looks a little bit harder than I thought it would be. Um, so he's going to be crouched with his back to the crate next to, in between Flynn and Dean. And he's got his pistol ready. And he's waiting to see what Flynn does before he takes action. So he's ready to pop up at a moment's notice. So yeah, basically just taking a wait maneuver.
So this guy from behind cover, he's like completely behind cover. Maybe only has his, eye out for a second just to get some situational awareness before he sort of ducks back in. And he will say, I don't know who you are, but no one needs to die here.
That's what I was gonna say.
And I guess that will be him.
Right. Noting that he went, I didn't realize he went into full cover when I declared that I was aiming at him, so I could not have aimed at him.
Well, I guess you could aim at the spot that he's
Yeah.
at. It's up to you. Happy for you to pick another.
Yeah, I'm
another
just
target.
I'm just in the process of, I was calculating everything, and it's just like, that's going to be a really, really tough shot for me. Let's see here.
What did you have loaded in that thing?
It's the default. I didn't declare that I was gonna load anything normal.
Is that just a slug or is it high explosive?
No, it's 60 PI++. High explosive is completely different. I don't have that one loaded normally because, well,
Uh-huh.
I also have biochem aerosol rounds, which I should have stuck in there, which is like basically knockout gas. But I didn't think of it. Okay, so let's see here. Caught in a lie, lie harder. So he is going to shout at them to, he's going to continue aiming basically in that area to throw down their weapons and surrender. So I guess this is technically aim 2.
All right, Dean is tracking number 2 there, headed south in our orientation, and he's going to start shuffling in that general direction very slowly.
Okay, it's this guy. He will stop there for a moment. Peer around the edge and then continue. This guy will take aim. At Flynn.
Um, I think I'm gonna take another weight maneuver. And I'll shout out to I'll just shout out to Dean and to Flynn. Like, should I run over to the forklift thing over there? I'm not sure. I just
Yeah,
got
you
basic
probably
weapons
don't
and
want to do
tactics.
that, seeing as Flynn is trying to convince them we're the cops.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna stay here. He doesn't even know I'm here, so he probably just thinks. Anyways, I'm taking a weight maneuver.
He will shout out. Last chance. This doesn't need to get messy.
Too late. Well, let's see if I got everything. Probably going to miss. Whoops, I did not mean to double click. One, hey, the first, the one would have actually potentially hit. It was just one round.
And you're attempting to shoot through the cover.
The heavy cover. So you said, he is occasionally sticking his head out, right? So it's like more than a quarter of him is exposed. Is that correct?
You would have to be taking a weight to do that. Because he just sort of pokes his head out to get a look at the situation,
so
then he goes back.
What is this thing?
It's a machine.
Forklift that's stowed away.
All
Well,
right.
not a
Well,
not a forklift. The the things that can elevate her up to high levels.
Oh, right. That thing.
Yeah, that thing.
right. So I misunderstood. I thought he was more exposed than he is.
No, he's basically got his back up against the wall, and he's talking, but he'll poke his head out for just the briefest of seconds to make sure that you're not, moving and stuff.
Okay, then knowing that he would not have shot, he is probably going to go for the one more round of aim, and this will be the third round while continuing the charade. Is like, this is your last chance. Throw down your weapons. You're under arrest.
Dean is still inching toward the other end of the row, keeping an eye on number 2.
All right, so this guy here has aim on Flynn,
Yep.
and he sort of, you can hear, he doesn't shout it out, but he speaks loud enough that you can hear, and he says, "Sal, what's going on here?" All right, Sully, your turn.
I thought he was gonna shoot me.
No, I'm gonna take another weight maneuver, but just asking, is there a way? And no, Sully doesn't. I mean, Flynn doesn't want to hear my cannon go off by his ear. I was gonna say, is there a way to come around from the side and shoot like beside him or without hitting him? Like to do a pop-up attack.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not gonna do that now, but I'm asking for like in a future round. That's what I'm thinking about doing. If I see Sully shoot, I'm sorry, if I see Flynn shoot, then I'm gonna do a pop-up attack.
Is Flynn standing?
I think so.
I'm quite happy for you to do a pop-up attack out towards the side of Flynn if you wanted to do stuff.
Yep, that's just what he's thinking about doing. If he's kind of waiting on Flynn to see what he does.
So this guy, which you heard referenced as Sal, he says, I don't know, not planned. If the shooting starts, return fire.
Oh, that was on me. Oh man, we are in a messed up situation here. Let's see here. Damn it. I don't want to just totally. Oh, wait. I should probably. Oh, yeah. Damn it. I keep forgetting to check this stuff. Bad. Oops. Ignore all that nonsense. Okay, so he's got both of his both his bad temper and impulsiveness under check, which is not a surprise. But, bah. Let's see. So if I take a weight at this point, does that mean I lose the or the aim since I'm going to
No,
be shooting at the potentially at the bad dude number one?
no, you don't. You don't lose your aim.
Okay, well, I guess that's probably what he's going to do. Which means I'm going to make everything really bad for everybody.
Dean is still shuffling over very quietly.
He will take a moment to peer out the side, see that it's clear. This guy will poke around the side. So he's like head and shoulders poking out, and he's just aiming down this way. Possibly, probably not able to see Flynn. All right, so this dude, he will say, Sal, is this some sort of trick?
He's talking to who? He's not. He's talking like on his radio.
No.
No, he's talking to the semi leader. I think I figured out what's going on, but oh well. I'm about to make things worse. Sorry.
I'm gonna scoot on over, just next to Flynn.
All right, so he'll do what he's been doing. He sort of pokes his face around, so you're going to be at like -5 to hit the face, because that's all he sort of exposes.
Okay,
And
hold
I'm
on.
not sure, since you can't see the target,
Yeah, it's pop up.
so you're at -2 on top of
I
it.
think it's only 1 for 1 hex.
So we'll go with -1 for the moment. So -5 to hit the face, -1 for the pop up.
Awesome.
Ah,
So that's
no, it's
going to
0.
be
It's 0?
Yeah. 390.
Okay.
yeah, not likely to hit unless I roll well. But here we go. Why did it roll twice?
You targeted yourself.
Yeah, you're shooting yourself. So we'll take the 1. Oh, it doesn't matter. Both are hits.
Well, the success by 1. Oh, yeah. Okay, 8.
All right, so this dude is going to do an extra effort dodge. 4 plus 2.
And then I am pulling back, so I've got cover from the guy who was aiming at me.
Oof. That's a
That's
hit.
going to suck. To the face. I shot him in the ear.
Okay, so wow.
Technically, that doesn't apply in to a anything other than a cutting weapon.
Yeah, I don't care. I shot him in the ear. It's funny.
Right, so on the face, he does not have any DR.
Well, you're the one that said I could only see his face.
Well, that's what happens when you're wearing full armor, except for that one location, and that one location is the one you stick around the corner.
All right, so that's 2 death rolls.
Yeah, because note that's PI++.
Ow.
He's undying. He's not dead. So major wound to the head is -5.
Doesn't any damage? No. It needs to be the skull that goes to the brain.
Uh,
All right, so he will fall prone. He will drop his weapon, and he is jacked up. Man, I love the damage calculator. So good.
starting to truly appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Right, that was his go.
So prone. That didn't apply, did it? Huh? Oh no, that's a modifier. Duh.
You can't add modifiers to characters. That's not how it works.
Yeah, I worked that out after the 3rd attempt. Okay, so he will fall down shot in the face, which means this guy's weight will trigger.
But as part of mine, I was also pulling back.
Yeah, but his weight happens anywhere in
Okay.
your turn.
Okay.
So you can certainly assume that you're behind cover after this happens.
Well, I'm still going to be at least in some serious partial cover.
I'll give you a -4 partial cover.
Sounds good.
That was awfully close.
Actually, that is going to be a hit due to being braced from aiming and multiple turns of aiming. So that will be 1 hit.
Wow.
You duck behind the cover.
Yep.
Guess he saw that coming.
Oh, that guy's got like maybe a laser or something, and he's just like sitting there pointing right at me. So I am spending this round to grab something small off of the thing behind me, from the crates or whatever, just junk. So
Scientific equipment.
yep. So it's gonna probably be. I'm probably not gonna be engaging for a couple rounds because I'm planning on throwing a piece of junk out there and shouting grenade.
Yeah. Do any of us actually have fast talk?
I do.
All right. Well, here's one that we also don't, or I don't have. So at this point, shots are fired, and bad dude is approaching. So, Dean is going to leap out from behind cover with a very large and mean-looking Gauss rifle, and point it directly at bad dude and say, "Drop it, buddy."
Intimidate.
Might be a fright check if you didn't know I was there.
Fright check +5 in combat, right?
Yeah.
This is when you
I
need
guess.
to roll an 18, Brian.
That
That is not an 18.
No, he is not
You
frightened.
need to roll it again until you roll an 18.
But you can certainly roll your intimidation.
I'd really rather not if I could get away with it.
But then you
'cause
could put a
it's
point
default.
in it.
I
Display.
am just gonna roll it
I think
because
you get
I don't
+4
know
as well.
what else is. Well, actually, I know I'll get charisma still.
+1 to +4 for displays of strength, bloodthirstiness, or
Yeah.
supernatural powers. GM's judgment.
So
I'm just
+2.
jumping
Uh,
out with a rifle. Oops, wrong one.
Shiny new rifle. +2.
It's a lot bigger than his pistol. Oh, okay, you're doing it that way. Fair enough. I'll take it. Whatever
we
I can get.
demand you roll. It's going to be will -5.
Come on. It's not.
So
big
will
money, it's little money.
-1.
Yeah, that's not how I
That
wanted that to
is
work.
a crap roll, dude.
Well,
Well, he failed by less, put it that way. He's not immediately intimidated by you. So that's his turn. He's going to go behind cover. Actually, he will do some bulk firing.
bulk firing.
Yeah, firing, move and attack.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Taking the bulk, right.
What's your cover? Did you jump right out?
I wouldn't give him more than half.
So -3 or -2?
2.
Missed
Good.
by that much.
Because I can't do anything to him. Except throw this at him. Ineffectually.
And he will sort of disappear behind cover there. This guy will just take aim. And he'll say, no, he won't say anything. This guy will take aim.
Uh-oh.
All right. So can I move into this, take one step here and the same as Flynn, and kind of lean out.
Move
No.
the hex behind Flynn.
And I changed my mind. I don't want to do the pop-up, so I'm just going to do so I'll expose myself briefly, and I'm going to take an aim at bad dude number 4.
Okay.
So that'll be my action. So I'll take a step and then lean out past the crate and aim.
Okay.
So I'm assuming I still have at least partial cover, right? Like a -2
Yes.
from at least from these two.
So this guy will be yelling obscenities.
Is he doing anything?
Probably not at this point. He's dealing with the fact that he just got, hit in the head.
I want him to try to stand up and pass out. Right. So this is round 2 of him grabbing something. I figure it's going to be like a relatively small, but it's a like a little oxygen
Battery pack.
ampule, battery pack ampule, something like that. And next round, he's going to chuck that around the corner while shouting grenade.
Well, Dean is basically going to do the same thing that number 2 over there is doing. Duck back, hunch down. And probably yell something like, "All right, that's it."
This guy is going to be evaluating his options. Is he brave enough to look out? He'll shout out, "You drop that cannon and I'll let you live." This guy will continue aiming. Actually, he'll take, weight? And he'll be doing it, not evaluating what appears. This guy was aiming. But he was aiming at the hex. So he will take the shot at Sully, since Sully is now visible, so -2 cover. One hit on Sully.
Dope.
All right. I guess I'm taking a dodge back.
Are you doing a diving dodge? Extra effort or just...
I'm doing the feverish defense.
So +2?
And then a retreat. Can I also do a retreat?
You can, but it doesn't give you any bonuses.
No bonuses. Anything else that gives me a bonus?
You could do a was it drop and dodge, or dodge and drop, which will give you a +3.
You can throw yourself to the ground very roughly.
So the max bonuses
right.
you could get is +5 with extra effort and drop and dodge.
So I'm doing the extra effort. and then I'm doing the dodge and drop.
Okay, so you can
There's
move
a
one
reason
hex.
I left. There's a reason I left the military.
It's all this shooting they're about, right?
Every time you hang out with Flynn, you end up getting shot at.
All right, so +5's
I'm
your
not.
dodge.
I was clicking on my little modifiers. I'm not sure if it. I'm not sure if it added it. So I'm about
Is
to
there a number in
know.
the modifier box?
No.
Are there
Just-
pips?
Just put in 5.
So I've made it by
Damn,
0 on an 8.
he didn't need any. Wait, 8 is your normal, isn't it?
Yeah. So I
he
made it
didn't
by
even
5,
need too bad.
You didn't need any of that.
but I'm prone.
All right, so he no longer has
You
a
can
target.
shoot while prone.
Yep, you did that last time.
So now I'm gonna use a get to my knees maneuver.
Okay.
Change posture.
This dude is going to be going. What the fuck? You shot me in the face. He will do nothing.
All right, I'm chucking around this battery pack or oxygen canister, small oxygen ampule or whatever it is, while shouting very loudly, "Grenade!" The entire purpose is to just cause them hopefully some surprise and
All right.
confusion.
Give me a fast talk roll on default.
Great. Yep.
Yeah,
I
that one's
failed
tricky.
that by 5.
I think that might actually count as a ruse.
What would that be?
I
Because if
believe
I could
that
use
goes off
another
IQ.
skill that would be better, I would absolutely like to do that.
I think ruse is still fast talk.
No. Basic 405 is the one I'm looking at here. I'm trying to recall if that was a thing you could do without actually an attack. Because sometimes they assume that.
I think a
Dean
ruse. The difference between a ruse and like the other one was a beat. One was like a strength based, and the other one
Yeah.
was more like an intelligence based.
No, I think the specific term ruse is a version of the feint that's used in IQ or something like that. But this one in specific is the dirty tricks box on 405. Dean is checking over his shoulder and sort of trying to determine what two's doing, which is not much at the moment apparently. And responding to his negotiation. So, no, you put yours down, and you can live.
All right, so he'll probably poke his head out around the side and sort of aim, or at least look. This guy's continuing to aim. This guy will he will aim at the hex. Oh, that's right. I needed to What was the thing about ruse?
Dirty tricks, not a ruse.
All right, so what was the mechanics of dirty tricks? I don't have the book open. I'm assuming it's a contest of some things.
It says make the trickster roll versus his IQ to pull off the trick properly. Make the victim roll versus his IQ to see through the trick. Require a quick contest of IQ to see who outsmarts whom. Oh, that's depending upon the circumstances.
Uh-huh. Yeah, so this could be an IQ contest or something related.
Which
not
I would have done by 0.
It's more of a guideline than an actual rule kind of situation.
All right, in that case, it appears that this guy was convinced. Actually, make the throwing roll and select your target hex.
Here's another skill I don't have.
I think it was a +4 for
And
hitting a hex.
rolled okay, so success by 4. I don't know. It would have probably just been there-ish.
So that would be -4. So land in that hex.
Good job.
So this guy is convinced that it's a grenade. He will act accordingly.
And flee!
Turn to run away from the said grenade. This guy. So it was success by 0 on your IQ, right?
Yep.
So this guy goes, no, that's a gas ball.
This is going to potentially end badly for me.
Okay, it doesn't have it doesn't say when. So in this case, does the defender win?
I think it's always in the favor of the defender.
Well, it's not always, but I think that may be the case.
It's fine.
It's not specified.
This guy is going to start to get to his feet. And he will succeed.
So he's neat.
So for some reason, like, it skipped me. So I don't know. I thought you were resolving, because it was my turn, and I saw you were resolving like the grenade thing and all that.
Right. Okay. Carry on. Standing up.
He's gonna stand up. He's gonna try the exact same thing.
You won't be able to step though.
I can. Oh, step is just standing up. Okay. Yep. Never mind then.
On the bright side,
okay.
This is possibly about to end very badly for me.
All right. Then, yeah, he's just going to stand up. And I guess that's it. Back to the bad guys.
So he did what he did.
Right. So impulsively, presuming his grenade ploy worked, Flynn is going to be going around the corner. I think that's going to probably trigger that guy.
That will trigger his weight. Target you. So you won't have cover. He'll have his 1 turn of aim. And there's no pop-up penalty if it's watching a hex. So
I should totally make the argument that I'm perfectly fine with this roll.
He's not.
This is probably unlikely to hit.
Shots on goal.
Bulk or QCB?
Yep.
If your bulk is more than 2?
CQB.
Yeah, CQB.
Why would you even think that I would have something like that?
We're 150 point characters. We don't have points for that.
I feel like
Oops, I
Ronnke's.
rolled the wrong one. Sorry. I would I'll roll the damn it. Damn it. That is what I wanted to roll.
That was awfully
Ooh,
optimistic.
yeah.
I feel like circumstances
not.
are making us towards more of a combat-oriented or special forces.
Maximum normal damage.
my
Oh man. That's what 36, is that right?
So
36 points of damage for PI plus.
roll
35.
it and attach it to him so I can.
Where did you hit him?
But it's
in the-
maximum damage.
Yeah, I can adjust the damage. I just want it to do the calculations
Okay, well,
for it.
I did roll accidentally roll damage above earlier. You could probably could you use that?
Yep.
Did you shoot the? Where'd you hit him in the torso?
Yeah.
Oof.
So
Ow.
36 maximum.
Yep. Because it's 6D, so 6 times 6 is 36.
And then times 2, anything that
It's
penetrates.
PI plus.
So times 2, anything
And
that
it was-
penetrates.
To the chest, or did you roll random hit?
To the chest.
No extra damage.
Yeah, because I figure he's coming around. He doesn't have time to really, figure out where to aim at somebody.
He's not dead. That is a major wound. He is stunned and will drop to a knee.
I have another funny thought that I may do here next.
These guys are wearing armor.
Is that?
I'm sorry. I was getting ahead of myself. I was calculating next options.
How many shots did you fire? Just the one?
Just the one.
Okay.
Well, this is probably not going to work, but Dean is basically going to stay back here and while trying to continue to observe and see if he can catch his movements, yell out something like, this is a ZF-33 and at the boost setting can actually put a hole in a ship's hull.
That's definitely fast talk.
Yeah, that's pretty much fast talk, which, I also don't have.
Neither do I.
All right, so this guy sees that you're not there, so he's just going to step out, and I guess you can hear him stepping out.
Damn it. He moved.
I guess he's taking weight and step. So his weight is a step. So if you put it this way, if you don't jump out, he takes a step.
That's huh.
So you can turn your
Okay.
weight. You can turn your weight into
A move
a move
or a
or move and attack,
yeah.
or
That's
like a normal attack. So he's
actually I don't think you can change it into a move. But that that's okay. I see where you're going.
so that's his intent.
That bastard. If he had not moved, if he had stayed there, I was going to take a step and shoot him in the back.
So
Ready.
that's this dude. This guy is going to make a health roll to come out of stun, which he will succeed. Oops, wrong thing. This
Meanwhile,
dude
Sully is probably
is
like,
running.
"What the hell, dude?" As I went around the corner like a crazy person.
No, he's following your lead. He's just like, he remembers the training, you know. He can't let you out there on your own. So he's going to press the attack. So he will move. So 5. And I guess he sees one guy that's still functional. He's down to his knees.
He's on his knees, yes.
All right. Sully's gonna. Can I use my intimidate skill, or is that, can I use that with my move action?
Sure.
So he's gonna point his hand cannon at the guy, bad dude number 3, and yell out so bad dude number 4 and everybody else can hear. He's like, "Game's over, buddies. Put down your weapons, or you're not gonna like the consequences." So he's gonna try intimidation. Maybe on number 3, if he's looking in my direction.
Okay.
I'm not sure what all the modifiers would be, but I did a really bad roll.
Yeah, he did.
So like I tried to do that, but I think I had like something in my throat and I probably squeaked it out.
He tripped on the fork.
No, I didn't trip. But
Came around there, went, "Hands in the air!"
like puberty kicked in for me.
Right. So this guy's going to get to his feet
Damn it.
and fall unconscious.
Boom!
Which one was that? Number 1?
The guy I shot in the face.
I'm just like, damn, Flynn, you
Damn
did
it,
this.
damn it. I have to, I just realized I have to do something here. I have to make sure that Dean doesn't get whacked.
I'm guessing, and we also have like our communications devices, so I'm sure we're communicating. So we know
That's
Flynn's
awfully
tied up.
confident of you.
Where's my token?
Make an animated death token.
No, I'm actually going to implement the Fantasyland's death tokens.
Oh yeah, I thought I saw something about that. Like you used that last time or something? Accidentally.
Oh, come on. Why are you not working? There we go.
I am moving.
So Dean is running out of ideas here and is not necessarily aware that Flynn is coming. But so he's going to throw the rifle out
That's one way to do it.
over there and
Hit
say,
him with the rifle.
okay, I give up.
All right, so this guy is going to move.
Damn it.
So is he going toward the rifle or toward me?
He's going towards you, and he has his pistol leveled at you, and he says, "You stupid fucker." This guy will attempt to get up and will successfully do so. This guy will move behind cover there. And wait for the grenade to explode. And then he'll look and he'll go, asshole.
All right. Move and attack. And then he's just gonna take like he's gonna fire like rounds every time he takes a step, or every round, not every step. Sorry. So he'll just fire one shot. Right? Does he still he still has his weapon, and he looks like he's still a threat?
He's hurting, but he still
But he's
has a
not giving
weapon.
up.
He
Okay,
has
okay.
stood up.
That means he's a legitimate target.
Well, I'm trying to see how I would handle this. I'm not. You know, would I try to tell him to drop his weapon again, or would I fire?
Depends.
So
Are you a killer?
I'm not really. I have no problems with killing, but I'm
He
not.
has that gigantic hand cannon, so he doesn't have to use it.
I mean, I have no qualms with killing, but I don't kill innocent people or people that are maybe clearly about to give up.
Well, you're not
I'm
sure if
thinking.
he's about to give up, but he stood up. His weapon's not at the ready.
All right, I'm gonna aim, and I'm gonna tell him, drop your weapon, or else.
All right,
And I will point my cannon at him.
give me another intimidation.
I haven't looked up my modifiers for it, but
Doesn't matter.
yeah, 6 by 6 this time.
All right.
At least that's working for you.
So Flynn.
Did he drop his weapon?
Well, it's not his turn yet.
Oh.
Damn it.
Well,
So a rocket is going to go whistling by that dude.
I need some of that targeting software.
Doesn't matter when you roll like crap.
okay.
Please don't kill me.
I
Have a family.
Dean wasn't necessarily aware that Flynn was coming around the corner, although he might have heard that.
Boom!
He'll know that the shot went off and impacted
Oh, it
somewhere
is kind of
nearby.
really. It is kind of really quiet.
Well, but it's
It's just
also
like hissing.
he's very familiar with a snub pistol. He knows what that's like. The question I have is, did Bad Dude react to the shot?
The hissing sound the rockets make is hard to localize. A hearing roll is needed to spot the firer by sound alone.
Yes, he did react, and he is like startled.
Okay, so his
It's like,
attention is
it's,
turned.
what the fuck was that?
If there's shooting going on there, charging into the shot is probably bad.
I'm super disappointed. I was so hoping I was gonna hit every time that I fired that thing.
Damn it.
You would have saved the day.
Like a lunatic. It changed my image to Captain Spears from Band of Brothers.
I can't figure out which way to go.
Actually, I saw a documentary about Sobel, and apparently in the books and the series, they really did Sobel an injustice.
And they actually state that several of the guys actually said that. I think it's Malarkey. No, not Malarkey. Well, it was one of the sergeants actually was paying his dues for to be in
Yeah,
the
Malarkey actually
reunion
paid
stuff.
his dues.
Was it Malarkey?
Yeah.
I couldn't remember if it was Malarkey
He
or
never turned up to the reunions and
no.
stuff because he was really bitter with the is it 101st?
Okay. What Dean is going to do, as ridiculous as it probably is throw himself to the ground with his forward part of the torso in that particular hex right there. So basically at the guy's feet.
Why?
Because he's going to grab him by the ankles.
Judo takedown.
Then you should roll a grapple.
That's close. Well, I mean, I guess I could just
grapple.
do that.
If you're grappling, you can do full move.
Well, I don't want to be standing is the problem. So he's going to be, but you're right. He can do that. So I think you can actually throw yourself to the ground as a free action. So technically, yeah, he could just grab him by the ankles.
You could tackle, flying tackle. Well, flying tackle his legs. Either way, if you're successful, you both end up prone.
Well, let's just stick with the plan here.
Well, it's the guy who just did an all-out attack and did not have a defense. I do sort of appreciate you jumping on it like that.
Yeah. I forgot to put the mod in for the feet, but that's good enough. Just barely. So hopefully he was distracted enough he won't pull his legs out of the way. Or if he does.
So he was surprise is -4, so he's stunned. So there's like a surprise turn. So he's
that was a shitty roll.
He has failed. And I think it's a contest of strengths, and you will get bonuses or something like that.
Not yet. I have hold of his legs.
So it wasn't like a flying tackle?
No.
Right.
So what I'm hearing is you don't want me to rush over there and stab him with my not a lightsaber.
Oh, if you do.
He can't move. He's stunned.
So this
And
guy
he doesn't know you're there.
will no longer be frozen. And his reaction is probably to evaluate the situation. So he looks around to see that Flynn is coming up, weapon pointed at him. You have his legs, so he's probably just going to do a strength roll to break free. Dean, can you roll strength for me, please?
Oh, in theory.
Or wrestling. Or
Is it a
grappling skill.
+4, I think, for 2 hands?
Is that
It's a plus something.
Yeah, I think you do get a bonus, so it's roll if it matters
okay?
because
Strength
he
and
failed.
dex are the same, so I was checking that contest.
Not going to matter, so you will succeed. He doesn't break free.
This is very bad news for him.
I was kind of hoping it would be.
This guy.
So I don't have to murder them.
Oh, it's +5.
He'll drop the pistol. This guy will see that things are going to shit, and he is going to vacate.
He's going to tell everybody that the port police came in and they just started shooting. So
Well,
we're
it's
going to
obviously
leave
you guys aren't police.
Could he really tell that?
You're not
It's
in
kinda
uniform and
dark.
stuff.
Yeah.
There's glowy,
So,
spinny things. It's not that dark.
so we're the Vice Squad,
You could
clearly
be.
undercover.
All right, so this guy has surrendered.
He did? Okay. He dropped his weapon.
He did.
All right. I'm going to... Where did he drop it? In front of him? Or behind his side? I'm going to walk
Just to the
towards him and
ground.
Tell
kick the
him
weapon
to
away.
kick it towards you
That's,
or
oh,
kick it
that's
away.
I was going to kick it away, but it's smarter to have him.
Yeah, and then you can continue to aim and then shoot him.
All right, so back it up. I'm going to tell him, kick the weapon towards me and get down on your stomach. Heads behind your head.
Unfortunately for you, he's like a professional soccer player, so he's going to send that weapon straight to your skull.
Well, I'm going to say that. I'm going to have a weight maneuver. If he does anything that makes me feel nervous, I'm going to fire.
Does falling unconscious make you feel nervous?
No.
You start to kicks it, and he just goes, woo, boom.
All right. I don't know. So yeah, I'm going to secure the weapon. I don't have plastic cuffs or anything like that.
Yeah, that's something to
Sweet.
consider investing in the future. Flexi cuffs. Or just zip ties. Yeah, I didn't want to do a flying tackle or anything that would have me standing because I didn't want to present my torso to the line of fire.
Yeah, but a flying tackle, you end up prone.
Not well, yeah, but yeah.
He is currently grappled. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is he still stunned?
He's not stunned, but he's grappled, so he's at -2 to defend. And that was a rear hex, I think. Yes, it's a rear hex.
Yes, that would be.
Oh, no, it's not. It's a side hex.
That's fine. I'm going to come in there and stab him by 10. He will get the +2 for the potential thing. I should have thrown in some deceptive. But
Well,
hopefully...
You threw deceptive and you still got a success by 10.
No, I said I should have.
Oh,
He still
You
fails.
can't throw deceptive with telegraphed.
He fails. Do thy damage.
Ow.
26 armor divisor 5 burn.
Ouch.
And Dean stands up with a pair of ankles.
No, this was a thrust.
Yeah.
So you're like down there and you see the blade come through him and he's like, ah.
He'll be alright. He just needs a back to tank. You can survive lightsabers.
Mm-hmm.
After
No, you
Bacta
can't.
was invented.
No, you can't. Those never happened. None of those happened.
So what have I got to do for him?
Die.
He's number 2. So that's a death roll. Yeah, he's
And
mortally
you're done.
wounded. He's not
Okay, well-
dead, but he's mortally wounded.
As he's starting to collapse, Dean will yank his feet out from under him.
You did a thing. You tripped him as he was falling down.
On your feet, Mr. Alani. Oh, look, he has a weapon. You might be able to take it.
I totally had him.
I'm certain you did.
All right. So since we are way over time,
Yeah, good place to stop. With me
um,
saving the day. Damn, I dropped 3 of them.
Did you save the day or did you just absolutely wreck it?
Depends on who you ask. Most everybody's going to say I wrecked it.
your military training is coming back to you slowly. All right, so we shall leave it there. That is going to be 2 points for everyone.
Well,
The guy that ran away, I'm going to assume that he will get away and escape. I don't think you're going to chase him down.
Yeah,
You're
probably.
All right. You could if you wanted to. We'd resolve it via a chase next session. But if you let him go, he can flee.
Yeah, he's going to tell everybody about the terrifying Vice Squad that's running around shooting first, not asking questions. When we come back through here, we're going to find out that the Port Authority has this terrible reputation now.
we're going to have to start wearing masks.
That's a great idea. I'm going to wear a gold one.
Well, I'd like
Shall actually
to
make him dead.
do first aid on bad dude number 3.
Why bother?
Well, we can interrogate.
But then we're going to have to kill him anyway.
Well, if you're that's
I'm
your orders.
I'm over here. If you're like, jumping into that, then I'll be like, do I tell him that may be a waste? Nah. I'll wait until he's not looking and then stab the guy.
So these guys are below minus health, so they actually need surgery to survive.
Oh, yeah. So you might
Well, it's
take a
Ultra
look.
Tech.
You may take a look at them and go, "There's nothing we can do here. You have to actually take them to someplace for surgery.
You can
And we're not gonna
stabilize
be-
them, but
We're not going to be like carrying them around."
yeah, you can stabilize, stop bleeding, and all that sort of stuff, but you won't be able to make them live unless they get surgeries or something like that. Anyway, that's a next session thing. 2 points, everyone. Do we have any character business before we wrap it up?
Not yet. I don't know
Nah.
what. I think I'm like slowly planning on building mine up and improving my crappy strength to 10.
Why is he... 3's unconscious. One
Apparently, I
is
got some
unconscious.
defaults to improve next time.
Oh, Flynn is not dead. I shall remove that effect.
Yes, please. I'm getting better.
No, that's not right.
Right. Well, keep trying to end.
That's right. But he is dead. Actually, I'll change that. He's mortally wounded.
Trying to end. If you have comments, questions, complaints, heckles,
Give us
mocking,
a sec. I have to do the effects. Otherwise, my brain is not going to remember that next week.
Well, we do have it recorded.
he's not
All
going
right.
to remember it.
If you are watching this and you have questions, suggestions, or corrections or general hecklings, feel free to leave a comment here or find us on Discord. Please consider liking and subscribing to our Twitch and YouTube channels. Thank you for watching. Olympus out.
Bye-bye.